Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Very good morning. Okay, let us start. Yesterday we have studied dividend theories, right? So the relevance theory and irrelevance theory. Irrelevance theory and at that Modigliani and Miller. Good morning. Modigliani and Miller approach says that there is whatever be the dividend policy, dividend payout ratio, that will not affect the value of the firm. That is the argument propounded by Modigliani and Miller. And then relevance theory, under that Walter model and Gordon's model, they are arguing that the payout ratio that will make the significant difference in the value of the firm. He is arguing when R is rate of return on investment is greater than cost of capital, AE, the firm is able to earn more profit. So we maximize the retained earnings. Payout ratio, when it is zero, the profit value of the firm will be greater. When rate of return on investment is equal to KE, that is cost of capital, in that case there is no difference between the payout ratio and value of the firm. That will no implication, no difference. When rate of return on investment is less than KE, in that situation, higher the payout ratio will give you a more value of the firm. So these three concept significance are important under Walter's model, right? In Gordon model, they are arguing that there is a effects on the dividend policy that affects the value of the firm. These are the formulas, problems. Then what are the factors which are affecting the decision making of dividend? Right. Let us see working capital management. What is working capital? What is working capital? Do you have any idea about it? What is working capital? What is working capital? Capital decision making, there are two decision making. One is long term decision making and short term decision. Long term decision making, that is capital budgeting, we have studied already. That is the time of investment of plant and machinery. So we have to see what are the alternatives, what are the mutually exclusive decision making, or techniques which are using for capital budgeting decision making. That is NPV, IRR, payback, ARR, so the profitability index. So these are the techniques which you used to take decision making for capital budgeting, right? So now short term capital budget, short term investment, or short term decision making. Short term capital decision making, that is called working capital management. Working capital management is very, very, very important decision making in each and every firm, even if it is a small firm or big firm. So what is working capital? Working capital means what? The fund which is required for to meet the day-to-day requirements of the business. So day-to-day requirements, you have to daily or weekly, monthly, you have to purchase raw materials. Then you have to need a fund for payment of wages, and then stationaries and other expenditures, power, fuel. So important expenditures you have to meet to produce goods and services, right? So when will you get back return back, get back your proceeds, sale proceeds? That may take some time, right? To some depends upon the company, 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, whatever it is. So that cycle is called working capital cycle, right? That gap, that what is the time taken for get back your money, that is called working capital cycle, right? So see here, I have given explanation here. Working capital is a part of capital is needed for meeting day-to-day requirement of the business concern. For example, payment to creditors, salary paid to workers, purchases of raw materials, etc. Normally it consists of recurring in nature. It can be easily converted into cash. Yes, the working capital current assets Working capital, that means current assets minus current liabilities. So those current assets easily or quickly converted into cash. That is called short-term capital. The definition for working capital by J.S. Mill, the sum of the current asset is the working capital of a business. Current assets are called as working capital. Gross working capital, we used to say current assets are gross working capital. Net working capital is current assets minus current liabilities, that is net working capital. What are the current assets? You know already: cash in hand, cash at bank, bills receivable, sundry debtors, short-term loans, advances, inventories. Inventories means stock. Stock, it may be a raw material of stock or a work in progress or finished goods. All three things are included in this inventory. Prepaid expenses are accrued income. These are all current assets. What are the current liability? Bills payable, sundry creditors, outstanding expenses, short-term loans and advances, dividend payable, bank overdraft, and provision for taxation. These are all current liabilities, right? What is the necessity of working capital? Why working capital is required? So working capital, it is a essential part of the business. Every business concern must contain certain amount of working capital for day-to-day requirements to meet the short-term obligations. What are the short-term obligations? You have to pay for your creditors or raw materials. You have to pay for wages or salaries to your workers. Then you have to pay for fuel, current, stationery. So all the day-to-day requirements you need fund. So that thing I have given here. See, purchase of raw materials and spare parts, payment of wages and salaries, day-to-day expenses, provide credit obligations. So these are the requirements for working capital. So working capital. What is the working capital position? What is the working capital position or balanced working capital position? What are the causes of excess of working capital? Why it should be an optimum working capital? You should, each and every company, they have to keep some fund to invest in the short-term working capital, right? So it should not be too excessive, and at the same time, it should not be shortage. So what will be the effect? Suppose if you are insufficient working capital, you need one relation. Example, I'm saying, you are having insufficient working capital only 50,000. So what will happen? What is the effect of insufficient or inadequate working capital? What will happen? So in that situation, you cannot suppose raw materials, if it is you are getting it at lower price. The market depends upon the market condition. So if it is a lower rate, you can buy bulkily if you have sufficient fund. So you can save your money. So that you cannot do, right? Then your operating difficulties are there, that is payment of wages. Then any if you are purchasing raw material under your some term creditors, 2 months term or 3 months term, whatever it is. So it would be an insufficient manner. So in that case, you have to face the financial risk. They may go to court. So due to inadequate working capital, you may have to wind up your business. So in that situation, critical situation may arise, right? So see here, I have given all these things. That is working capital position. It should be an optimum working capital position should be there. If it is it should not be excessive as well as inadequate. So if it is a inadequate working capital, I have given here, inadequate working capital cannot buy its requirements bulk order. I already told you. It becomes difficult to implement operating plans and activate the firm's profit target. It becomes impossible to utilize efficiently the fixed assets. The rate of return on investments also falls with the shortage of working capital. Due to shortage of working capital, return on investment also would be lower. It reduces the overall operation of business. Overall, suppose if you want to produce large production, so that will affect. So these are the implications of inadequate working capital. So what is the effect of excessive working capital? Suppose 1 lakh you require. So if you are having 2 lakhs, so in that case, what will happen? So your excessive working capital will accumulate unnecessary accumulation of raw materials and components. If you have more money, more fund, so you will not see whatever essential requirement and unnecessary things also you will buy and keep in storage. So storage also you have to pay rent for storage, or some or you have to keep some storage person to watch keep up the materials, so you have to pay salary for him, so many expenses will accumulate. Then excessive working capital results in the looking up of excess working capital. That means locking your money fund is locked in working capital. Instead, if you are investing or depositing in bank, you will get minimum return, right? So instead, if you are keeping excess working capital, it is waste. There is no income generation. It creates bad debts, reduces collection period. Yes, of course. If you generally as a layman, if you have given loan to somebody, so when will you urge them to get back? When you are not not having money, insufficient money, you when money is required for you, then only you go to them. I need money. You give me back immediately. Like that, you will urge. Otherwise, you will be very lazy. Okay, let it be. When he will give, no problem. Like that, you will be there, right? So similar way, the human tendency creates. You will not go for collection for your credit sales. So it creates bad debts and collection periods. So these are the things are there. Though finally, all these reasons reduce your profits, and also interest. You will lose interest, right? So these are the effects of or causes of excess working capital or um, inadequate working capital. So what are the factors which are determining the working capital requirements? So it is vary with the every business nature, vary with the size of the concern, vary with the policy of the company, vary with the business cycle, vary with the that is production policy, and so many reasons. Let us see one by one, right? Nature of business. Working capital of the business concerns largely depends upon the nature of business. If the business concerns follow rigid credit policy and sell goods only for cash, they can maintain lesser amount of working capital. The transport company maintains lesser amount of working capital, while a construction company maintains larger working capital. Yes, of course, it depends upon the nature of the business. It may vary, right? Construction company daily you need require materials you have to buy. You have to keep the more working capital. But transport company is not like that. For long term investment is more heavy. That is lorry, whatever it is, right? So in that case, daily day-to-day expenses only petrol and giving wages to your drivers, like that's all. That working capital will be very minimum, not like construction company. So depends upon the nature of the business that will vary. Then production cycle. Production cycle, that is some business may have longer or lengthy production cycle. Some business may have only very short term, within 1 week production you can get back your finished goods. Some companies, some products it may take for production 3 months. So in that case, a longer production you need more working capital, right? So length production cycle, when it is small, lesser amount of working capital is sufficient. Then business cycle. Business cycle, you know, the business fluctuations, various seasonal fluctuations, that is a moving period at the initial period, and then when it go back to the depression period, very less during working capital is required. Booming period, you need more working capital. So this business cycle also will decide your amount of working capital. And then production policy. Production policy, it will differ from one company to another company. It depends upon the management. So management, they see the condition. Sometimes they the production manager decided to produce more number of units within short period. Sometimes, because it depends upon the demand, Demand depends upon the demand in the market of your product. Suppose more demand is there, they will produce more products and keep it in the godown. Their assumption to sell off more number of products. Suppose your product demand is very less, so if you are producing more number of goods, it will be loss. So depends upon your production policy. They have to maintain the working capital. Size of the working capital will be decided, right? Then credit policy. Credit policy, there are two types. One is creditors as well as debtors. Creditors, what is the credit terms allowing you to repay your raw materials? Say for an example, some creditors may give you 1 month time, 60 days time. Some creditors may give 1 week, 2 week, or 90 days. So depends upon the creditors credit policy you have to follow. And similarly, debtors credit policy, how much you are giving time period to your debtors. So that also will decide your working capital. Suppose if the creditors allowing you a long lengthy period of credit period, so your working capital, you can less amount of working capital is enough. Suppose the time duration, when they are giving only weekly once, if you want to pay, if you have to pay, means you need more working capital, right? So similarly, debtors working capital, if it is a very less, means what, frequently you will get it money. So working capital, you can have that is less amount of working capital is enough. Suppose if your debtors taking more lengthy period, you need more amount of working capital, right? Then growth and expansion. So business growth and expansion is also additional factors to decide your working capital. If there is a good growth and more production, more expansion, you require more additional working capital. Then availability of raw materials. Raw materials availability depends upon the raw materials availability in the market. Some raw materials will be always available. Anytime you can go and buy. Some raw materials, it is scarcity is it will be available only in the seasonal period only, right? During say for an example, a masa company, if you take masa company, mango is not always available, 12 months every time not available. During the seasonal period, they have to buy largely, and they have to make it for storage and production, right? So depends upon the raw material availability, seasons, all these things you have to keep it in your mind for your requirement of working capital. Then earning capacity. So what is the earning capacity of the business? That also very important to generate your working capital. That means what is the cash from operation? It depends upon the factors which are determining one company to another company. Some company may earn within short period more amount they may generate. Some that is cash flows what they are generating depends upon the long term investments, right? So this earning capacity is also one of the deciding factor for your working capital. How do you estimate your working capital? Estimation of working capital, that is, there are three methods are there. One is components of working capital method, percentage of sales method, and another method is operating cycle and working capital cycle. Let us see one by one. Estimation of components of working capital method, under that you have to take up only consist of various current assets and current liabilities. So how to estimate this current assets as inventories required, how much cash required, short term obligations. Finance manager first estimate the assets and required working capital for a particular period. So how much current assets are required, what is the inventories are to be maintained, what is the current debtors you have to maintain. First they have to decide the estimate the current assets. Percent of sales method, some that is working capital, that is current assets, you can estimate based upon the sales. So some percentage sales, if I take it as 100%, so debtors maybe a 50%, stock 20%, like that. The sales, if you are estimating some percentage, that is called percentage on sales methods, right? Operating cycle approach or working capital cycle approach. See, I already told you operating cycle or working capital. This is the working capital cycle. That is first what you have to do. First, your cash inflow. You are bringing cash into the business. This cash inflow will go to buying raw materials, converted into your cash, converted in when what you are investing in the business, that cash converted into raw materials, we paying wages, overheads, right? Then this raw materials and all will next stage convert into work in progress. That is in factory it is finishing, semi finishing, right? So this work in progress will converted into finished goods. Finished goods will converted into sale process. It may be a cash sales or debtors. Debtors again it will be converted into bills receivable. They may accounts receivable or bills receivable. You have to get it. Then you can get it your money, right? So this is the cycle term period to maintain your working capital. This is called operating cycle or working capital cycle, right? See here, every business organization needs adequate working capital because the conversion of cash into finished goods to debtors and back to cash is not instantaneous. It takes some time. For example, in a manufacturing firm, cash is used to purchase of raw materials. They are not consumed immediately. They remain some time in inventory to ensure smooth production and to protect the firm against the risk of non-availability of raw materials in future. Then they are issued from stores to production center for conversion. This conversion also generally takes some time. When certain expenses such as wages and overheads are incurred on it, it gets itself converted into semi-finished goods or work in progress and finally into finished goods. These finished goods will have to be stored for some time before sale. Next, finished goods are sold to customers, which may take the form of cash or receivables, debtors, or when it is realized, again take the form of cash or cycle to start again. The working capital. This is the working capital cycle. In continuation of the flow from cash to suppliers, to inventories, to accounts receivable, and get back into the cash called working capital cycle or operating cycle. In other words, operating cycle refers to the length of time which begins from the acquisition of raw materials of your firm and ends with the final realization of cash from debtors. The time which is taken between purchase of raw materials into collection from debtors. That is the time duration. What is the time required? That is called working capital cycle. The amount of working capital depends upon the length of the working capital cycle. Short-term working capital cycle requires only lesser money. So suppose lengthy working capital cycle that requires more amount of working capital. See here, longer working capital cycle, higher the needs of working capital to be maintained. This is because cash will then remain tied up in various items of the current assets for a longer period. The length of operating cycle varies from industry to industry and business to business. It will be varied, right? How to measure this operating cycle? The volume of working capital depends upon the length of the working capital cycle. So, how to calculate this working capital cycle? How to measure? The financial statements, if you take profit and loss statement and balance sheet for measuring working capital cycle, right? See here, raw materials holding period, work in progress period, how much time duration taken for work in progress, how much time duration taken for finished debtors collection period, creditors payment period. So this is all, if you add all these four, raw materials holding period plus work in progress period plus finished goods plus debtors collection period, we will get gross working capital cycle. If you deduct the creditors payment period, that is called net operating cycle. How to calculate this raw material storage period? Raw material storage period is equal to average stock of raw material divided by average daily consumption of raw material. So daily consumption, say for example, per day 100 units are required for your production. So how average stock means opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2. That is average stock of raw materials. So average stock, if you are having 10,000, so 10,000 divided by per day 100. So what is the time duration? Like that you have to calculate, right? Period is equal to average stock of work in progress divided by average daily factory cost of production. Right. Oh. Finished goods storage period is equal to average stock of finished goods divided by average daily cost of goods sold. And then credit period to debtors, that is average debtors divided by average daily credit sales. Creditors suppliers period is equal to average creditors divided by average daily credit purchases. Let us do one problem, you can understand, right? See this problem. From the following information extracted from the books, compute the operating cycle in days and the amount of working capital required. See, period covered 365 days, 1 year. Average period of credit allowed by the suppliers average, that is 16 days. Average debtors outstanding 480. Raw material consumption 4,400. Total production cost 10,000. Total cost of sales 10,500. Sales for the year 16,000. Value of the average stock maintained, that is raw material 320, work in progress 350, finished goods 260. Right. So let us calculate operating cycle. First one we have to calculate raw material what holding period. Raw material holding period, how to calculate? 365, that is per year, into average stock of raw materials. Actually formula is average stock of raw material divided by cost of raw material consumed into number of days in the year or month in the year. If you want to say in month, you have to follow this formula, right? So if you are taking, this is yearly day informations are given 365 days period. Suppose 1 month period, if it is given 30 days, you can take, or one monthly 12 months if you take month, right? So 365 into average stock of raw material. So what is your average stock of raw material is given? Here see here, average stock maintained, value of average stock maintained 320. So here 320 320 365 days into 320 divided by what is the raw material consumption, yearly consumption is 4,400. So how many days or months are given? Calculate 365 into 320 divided by 4,400. So 26.5 or 27 days. So you have to deduct the average creditors allowed period. Either you can deduct from the raw materials, or finally lastly also you can deduct. It is up to you. All, if you add raw materials holding period plus work in progress period, finished goods period, plus creditors debtors allowed period minus this creditors allowed period. Either you can do that, or raw material itself you can deduct. So if you are deducting average creditors suppliers period, it is given in the problem itself, it is 16 days. So you can deduct it. So what is the net effect is 11 days. 27 minus 16, that is 11 days, right? Work in progress. Work in progress, if you take, that is 365 into average work in progress maintained. Average work in progress, it is given in your problem 350 divided by cost of production. Work in progress, you have to take it as cost of production. Cost of production is given 10,000. Total production cost 10,000, right? So 365 into 350 divided by 10,000. So work in progress period is 13 days. Finished goods holding period. Finished goods, that is 365 into goods. Average finished goods, it is given 260 divided by cost of sales. While taking finished goods, you have to take cost of sales. While taking Work in progress, you have to take only cost of production, right? So here 10,500 you have to take. So finished goods holding period is 9 days. Then credit period allowed to debtors, that is 365 into debtors outstanding. Average debtors outstanding 480 is given, divided by sales for the year. We are assuming that our total sales are credit sales, right? So 16,000 debtors. So 11 days, right? So what is the total operating cycle period? 11 days. Here real period is 11 days plus 13 days plus 9 days plus 11 days. So totally 44 days. This is the operating cycle period. Or you can take 27 days plus 13 days plus 9 days plus 11 days minus credit or supplier period 16 days. You can do either this way or that way. You will get the same operating cycle period 44 days. Now you have to find out what is the number of times operating cycle in a year. Number of times in a year, you have to take a 365 divided by 44 days once the operating cycle. So 44 days once you require the working capital, right? So how many times working capital is required in the year? So 365 days divided by 44 days, so 8.3 times, right? So amount of working capital, how to estimate? Total operating cost divided by number of operating cycle in a year. So total operating cost means what? Cost of the sales, that is 10,500 is required, cost of sales, divided by 8.3 operating cycle times. So what is the amount of working capital required? Estimation of working capital required is 1,265. This is the estimation of working capital amount. How to find out? Through operating cycle period method. First you have to find out what is the operating cycle period for that working capital. Number of times in the year you have to calculate. Then you have to multiply with the, that is divided by operating cost divided by number of operation cycles in a year. If you calculate like this, you will get what is the amount of working capital required, that you can find out. Okay. Do you have any doubt in this? Anybody? Working capital cycle? Can we go next one? Sales problems or working capital. Your examination point of view, they may ask you so to prepare some problems, right? See here. Prepare an estimation of working capital requirement from the following information of a trading concern. Projected annual sales 10,000 units, selling price rupees per 10 per unit, percentage of net profit on sales 20%, average collection period allowed to customers 8 weeks, average credit period allowed by suppliers 4 weeks, average stock holding in terms of sales requirements 12 weeks, allow 10% for contingencies, right? So see here, working capital requirements we have to estimate. See here, in this case, debtors, what is given, how many weeks are given. Projected annual sales is 10,000 units, selling price 10 rupees, percentage of net profit 20%. Okay. Average credit period allowed to customers 8 weeks. Average 8 weeks. Credit period allowed by suppliers 4 weeks. Average stock holding period 12 weeks. Allow 10% for contingencies. Right. So what is the sales? 10,000 units into 10 rupees. Total sales is 1 lakh. You eliminate profit, yeah, we need to estimate only for cost of sales. So 20% is the profit, gross profit. So 1 lakh into 20%, 20,000 is gross profit. Deducted cost of sales is 80,000. So debtors you have to calculate only on this total cost of sales. So 80,000 into what is the creditors credit allowed period to debtors 8 weeks. So total weeks in a year 52 weeks, right? Generally we used to take 52 weeks. So 80,000 divided by 52 into 8. So you can calculate debtors amount is 12,307. Stock is given What is given stock? Average holding period 12 weeks. So 80,000 divided by 52 into 12 weeks. So this is the stock amount is required estimation. So this is only total current assets. So for total current assets minus current liability. Current liability is creditor. Here our raw material is not given. So creditors you have to take 4 weeks. So 80,000 into 4 weeks divided by 52 weeks. So creditors is 6,000 something. So now you have to keep up 10% contingencies. 10% out of this, you calculate 24,616 into 10 by 100. So 2,462 or 63, whatever it is. Make it a rounded figure. So working capital required, estimation of working capital in this problem, 27,078. Right? Depends upon the problem, depends upon the what are the informations available, you have to calculate. No need to calculate as it is last problem operating cycle we have calculated. Informations are given like that. So depends upon the informations given in your problem, you have to prepare. Okay, let us do another problem. See here. Prepare an estimation of working capital requirement from the following informations of the trading concern. Projected annual sales 6 lakhs 50,000, percentage of net profit on cost 25%. Average credit period allowed to debtors 10 weeks. Average credit period allowed by creditors 4 weeks. Right? So average stock holding in terms of sales requirements 8 weeks. Allow 20% for contingencies. So in this case, projected annual sales 6 lakhs or 50,000, net profit cost 25%. So net profit on cost, you should be very careful. Sales amount, estimated sales are given 6 lakh 50,000, but net profit percentage it is given 25 percentage on cost. On cost, not sales. Sales means 6 lakh 50,000 into 25 by 100 we can calculate, but we cannot calculate like that. Profit on cost 25 percentage means what for on sales. So 25 you take it as cost is 100 plus 25 percentage is profit. So 25 by 125 of 6 lakhs 50,000, that is the profit. 1 lakh 30,000 is the profit. So what is the cost of sales? 6 lakhs 50,000 minus 1 lakh 30,000 is the profit. Eliminate profit. Cost of sales is 5 lakhs 50,000. So debtors, what is the period is given? Allowed debtors allowed period 10 weeks. So 5 lakhs 52,000 divided by 52 into 10. So 1 lakh. Debtors is 1 lakh. Stock is how much? For 5 lakhs 20,000 divided by 52 into 8 weeks. Stock is given 8 weeks. Stock holding period 8 weeks. So 80,000. Total current asset less current liability 5 lakhs 20,000. Here there is no raw material purchase not specifically given. So let us assume total amount which is the cost of sales we are requiring for creditors also. So 5 lakhs 22,000 divided by 52 into 4 weeks. Creditors allowing period is 4 weeks. So your creditors amount is 40,000. So net amount, net working capital 1 lakh 40,000. 20% contingency. Contingency, that is 20 percentage on 1 lakh 40,000, that is 28,000. So total working capital required or estimation of working capital as per this problem is 1 lakh 68,000. Okay. Do you understand this problem? Okay, let us know another problem. See this problem. The board of directors of Aravind Mills Limited request you to prepare a statement showing the working capital requirements for a long level of activity of 30,000 units of output for the year. The cost structure for the company's product for the above mentioned activity level is given below. So the board of directors Aravind Mill Limited showing working capital requirements output is 30,000 units. Okay. So here, see here, raw materials cost per unit, direct labor, overheads, profit, selling price, everything are informations are given, right? So past experience indicates that raw materials are held in stock on an average for 2 months. So work in progress, that is 100% complete in regard to materials and 50% labor and overheads, will be a half of a month production. Finished goods are in stock on an average for 1 month. Credit allowed by suppliers, that is 1 month. Credit allowed to debtors 2 months. A minimum cash balance you have to maintain 25,000 is expected to be maintained. Prepare a statement of working capital requirements. Right. So let us calculate what is the requirements. Working capital requirements we have to estimate. What is the output? The output is given 30,000 units. 30,000 units for 1 year. So here informations are given per unit cost. So let us calculate for what, for 1 month. Okay, so 30,000 divided by 12. 1 month unit, how much units are required? 2,500. Okay. Here why? Because see here raw materials here held in stock 2 months. Everything are given in months. That is why we need to calculate what is the working capital required for 1 month. Right. So raw materials you have to calculate 2,500 units for 1 month. Per unit cost is 20 rupees. 2,500 into 20 raw material is required 50,000 rupees. Labor per month. Direct labor is given per cost per unit 5 rupees. So 2,500 into 5 rupees 12,500. Overheads it is given 15 rupees. So 15 into 2,500 37,500. Right. So totally 1 lakh is required. Right. So raw material is required. See, period are given here. See here, raw material holding period average of 2 months. For 1 month it is 50,000. What for 2 months? 50,000 into 2, 1 lakh. Okay. Work in progress it is given 100% complete in regard to material, 50% labor and overheads. That means what? Work in progress combine a combination of three categories: raw material, and overhead. Okay, raw material is completed 100%. So raw material required for 1 month is how much is required? 50,000, right? So 100% of raw material. Work in progress will be a half a month's production. You have to see half a month's production. So half of the month you have to take. So raw material 50,000 for 1 month is required. Half of the month you have to take for work in progress. So 50,000 into half, that is 25,000. Labor, how much is required? 12,500 for 1 month. Half of the month and then 50% completion, not 100%. So you have to take 12,500 into half of the period, then 50 percentage. So you have to calculate like this. Overheads also you have to calculate half of the month and then 50 percentage completion. So total raw material, labor, overheads, that is called work in progress, 37,500. Right. Stock of finished goods. Finished goods you have to take, that is finished goods means total 100 percentage of raw material, labor and overheads, that is 1 lakh. See here, finished goods are in stock and an average for 1 month. So 1 lakh into 1 month, that is 1 lakh. Stock of finished goods estimated 1 lakh. Debtors, what is given? 2 months. Credit allowed to debtors is 2 months. Credit allowed by supplier, that is creditor. Creditor period allowing period is 2 months. Okay, so you have to calculate debtors. Total cost of sales we are assuming that credit sales. So there is no cash sales. So 1 lakh into 2 months. So debtors is 2 lakhs. You have to keep up a minimum cash balance 25,000. So 25,000 you add it. These are all total current assets minus total current liability. So what is your total current liability? That is creditors. Creditors, that is 1 month they have given. That is raw material. Creditor means what? Raw material you have to pay. So 50,000 into 1 month creditors allowing period. So multiply by 150,000 you have to deduct it from the total current assets. That is called working capital estimation or requirement of working capital. Okay. Do you understand this? Do you have any doubt in this? Estimation of working capital. Any doubt? So working capital cycle and then work estimation of working capital is also very important factor, right? We have completed all the units in the financial management. Whatever, if you have doubts, we can clarify. If you want 10 minutes break, you can after 10 minutes break. This next hour also I will continue. But portions we have completed. Whatever doubts you know, let us discuss in the next hour. Okay, 10 minutes. Let us take a break time. Now it is 10:56. 10 after 10 minutes, come back and with your discussion session, right? Yes, come back. Do you have any doubts in financial management, any chapter? If you ask, let us discuss. Otherwise, let us recollect all the units once again. So it is up to you. Is anybody
I have no doubts. We can recollect the details.
recollect from the beginning, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
From the beginning to end. So you will get recollect all the informations, right? All the concepts. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, So, financial management. First, what is the basics of finance? Finance is the art of managing money. That is very important decision making as the in every each and every business concern, right? So, adequate finance is very important decision making for the to achieve the maximizing the shareholders wealth. So shareholders wealth uh, previously profit maximization traditional method profit maximization we had. So now the concept of shareholders wealth is very important thing. So what are the factors which are influencing the financial decision making? That is external factors, internal factors. External factors, that is state of economy, structure of capital and money market, requirements of investors, government policy, taxation. These are all external factors. Internal factors depends upon the nature of the business, size of the business, expected return, cost and return, age of the firm, trend earnings, liquidity position, combination of assets, working capital requirements. All these are the things, right? What are the objectives of financial management? There are two objectives, that is profit maximization and wealth maximization. So profit maximization is the each and every business traditional method we use to aim our common phenomena of the aim of the every each and every business concern is profit maximization. So profit maximization, it is the we are measuring which using the technique that is efficiency of the business concern. How we are finding out the maximization and objective to reduce the business risk. So if you want to earn more profit, you have to involve more risk also, right? So less profit, but important is you have to reduce, minimize the risk, and at the same time increase the level of profit. Right? That is the profit maximization. What is wealth maximization? Wealth maximization is the modern approach, and it involves the innovations and improvements of the business concern. It means the shareholders' wealth or value of the business concern should be maximum. That means what? Net present value of the worth of the company. Net present worth of the company should be maximized. The value of the company should be maximum. That means what? Shareholders share price should be high. How to increase your share price? So share price depends upon the value of the share. The company value will be increased, right? So profit wealth maximization is superior concept than the profit maximization. So the aim of business concern are in this concept to maximize the shareholders wealth. Shareholders wealth means share value. It considers the value of the cost associated with the business concern, total value deducted from the total cost for the business operation. And wealth maximization consider both time factor and risk factor. Time factor and risk factor, that is value of time. The value of time means present value factor we are considering under NPV, IRR. So that is the time factor, and then risk factor. Risk factor we are taking, that is a minimum return on investment, that is the total weighted average cost of capital, we are taking it as minimum cost of capital. So that factor, that aspects we are considering in the wealth maximization. So wealth maximization provides efficient allocation of resources. So you have to allocate the resources very efficiently, then only it gives it generates more proceeds, cash proceeds, right? As well as you have to achieve economic interest of the society, right? So what are the important financial decision making? There are four decision making role, that is the whole financial management. Investment decision, financing decision, dividend decision, liquidity decision. Investment decision, that is the capital budgeting decision. Capital budgeting decision, that is long-term investment decision, that is called working capital management. Working capital management or capital budgeting. Right. So financing decision or capital structure decision, that is what is the proportion of debt equity mix, that is the financing decision. Capital structure, as well as what is the cost of equity, what is the overall cost of capital that is required to calculate the, or that is required to estimate the proportions of debt equity mix, that is capital structure decision making. Under capital structure decision making, there are various theories. Let us see one by one. Right? Dividend decision. Dividend decision is also a very decision making for achieving the value wealth maximization of the shareholders. Right. So dividend decision. Some theories arguing that relevant for value of the firm, it is irrelevant for the value of the firm, it affects the value of the firm, like that they are arguing, right? So this dividend decision making is also, there are various factors which are determining what is the payout ratio, what is the profitability to the both the side, not only for the company side as well as shareholder side also, right? Liquidity decision. So liquidity decision, it is a very important thing, that is liquid assets, how to maintain, what should be the firm has to ability to meet cash reserves, how to able to manage its capital, short term working capital. Liquidity decision is nothing but working capital management, right? So it is a very proper balance between liquidity and profitability, otherwise it will be affected. If you are having too much of working capital, your profitability will be affected. If you are inadequate working capital, if you are having, your liquidity position will be affected. So these are the decision making in financial management, right? Cost of capital, I already told you, cost of capital is the rate of return on each individual capital or funds which are using in the firm. That overall cost of capital, we used to call it as a minimum rate, required rate of return, that we are using it as cut-off rate or capital expenditure in the preparation of, while preparing capital budgeting, we used to take that minimum rate of return, that is 10% or 12% or whatever it is, that we are taking it as cost of capital, right? So what is this cost of capital significance? Significance of cost of capital is capital budgeting decision, capital and capital structure decision. So capital budgeting decision, it is we are using it as minimum required while estimating the future flows. We are using this minimum rate of return as a discount rate. Discount rate, that is 10% discount rate or 12% discount rate, like that, while calculating NPV, IRR. So in that techniques, we are using this overall cost of capital or weighted average cost of capital as minimum rate of return or discount factor. Okay. In the capital structure decision, cost of capital is playing important role to contribute the capital structure decision making, the proportions of debt equity mix. So what would be the optimum capital? It determines the optimum capital structure, and at the same time, value of the firm. When the overall cost of capital increases, value of the firm will be decreased. When your overall cost of capital decreases, value of the firm increase. So you should be very carefully determine cost of retained earnings. Under cost of equity, there are various methods to measure. That is dividend growth rate, dividend growth approach, and earning price approach, capital asset pricing approach. So these are the four methods to calculate cost of equity, right? So dividend price approach, under that formula is KE is equal to D by NP. Under dividend growth model, that is D by NP, that is, it is actually Gordon's model, propounded by Gordon's model, that is KE is equal to D by NP plus G for growth rate. There is another method, that is earning price method, earnings per share divided by net profits. Then capital asset pricing model. important thing. Those who are going to pursue finance as the major program, MBA program, you will study in the one paper, especially investment paper, one paper you will study. That is, in that you will study in detail the technique of CAPM model. So many models you will learn, right? Simply, I explain here. CAPM model, capital asset pricing approach. Under that formula for calculating cost of equity is RF plus B into RM minus RF into RF. So RF means what? Risk-free rate of return. Risk-free rate of return means bond rate, government securities. If you are investing in government securities, it is risk-free. So what is the return on that? That is 10% or 8%, whatever it is. That is called risk-free rate of return. Expected cost of return on risk-free securities. B for that is beta. Beta means it is a systematic or non-diversifiable risk. What is systematic or non-diversifiable risk? Whether you are investing in company A or company B, in any cement company, the risk will be the same, right? Whether company A or company B, whatever it is, that is called systematic. Suppose any risk is anything happened, the total industry itself it is involved, so you cannot divert. That is called a systematic or non-diversifiable risk. Okay, so that is called beta. That is beta into RM. RM means risk premium, market risk premium. The market risk premium is nothing but equity, cost of equity capital. That is the what is the expected required rate of return by the investors. That is total market risk premium. Formula for calculating CAPM model. There are some assumptions underlying under this model. Under CAPM model, that is higher the risk, higher the expected return from the projects, expected return of return. So there are various assumptions are there. I have given here, I think so. See here, when beta value of 0 is for beta is assigned those who projects no risk. The value of 1 beta is assigned for high risk equal to the market condition. Greater than 1, that is smaller risk, then the market will have beta. So beta, what is the explanation I have given here? Then cost of debt, we have to individually we have calculated a cost of debt, cost of preference capital, risk earnings. So these are the problems we have studied. Okay. First chapter, first unit is over. So after finding the cost of capital, we have studied capital budgeting. Capital budgeting, it is a technique which we are using for measuring the cash proceeds of the capital budgeting decision making. Right. So what is the importance of capital budgeting? That is, it is a huge investment. Then we have to consider it is a long-term investment. So long-term investments, there is a high level of degree of risk. And then anticipation of outlay means cash proceeds generated from the assets. That is very important features of this capital budgeting, right? So under capital budgeting, what are the steps which are involving? First, you have to identify the what is required, what is the plant and machinery we have to buy, that you have to identify. What is required, you have to identify. Then you have to determine the cost of the project. Cost, you have to determine how much it is required. Even if you can start with the 1 lakh budget also, you can start a business. Even 10 lakhs, 10 crores or so, you can start. So depends upon your estimation. You have to estimate the, first you identify the products and then determine the cost of the project, and then you have to assess the future cash flow. You have to estimate what is the future cash flow of the is required, generated from that asset. Then you have to assess the risk. What is the risk of that plant and machinery which you are using, right? Then you have to convert into cash flows into the present value. Net present means what? Time factor, time value of money you have to adjust in the modern technique, right? Time value, that is discount factor, you have to consider it for estimating your future cash proceeds, right? And then the internal rate of return you have to calculate, and then you have to find out whether you have to see alternatives, whether that projects, whether we can accept or not. Mutual, suppose two mutual exclusive projects are there, you have to take decision making which one we have to take, right? Then number, if you have finding various alternatives, so you have to decide, finally you have to decide which one we have to consider. So these are the steps which are involved in the capital budgeting process. What are the techniques which we are using for this capital budgeting techniques or evaluation of capital budgeting techniques? That is the payback period method, average rate of return or accounting rate of return method, NPV, net present value method, or profitability index method, and internal rate of return method. These are all the techniques which we are using for capital budgeting techniques, right? So payback period, what is the formula? Initial investment divided by annual cash inflow. When your cash inflows are even, you can find out what is the number of years. So which project gives you the minimum year that we have to accept, acceptance or rejecting criteria. Suppose your cash inflows are uneven. First year 10,000, second year 12,000, third year 14,000, like that. So in that case, we have to calculate accumulated cumulative cash flows. Say for an example, third year, first year you are earning 50,000, second year you are earning 30,000, third year 20,000. So how much? So sorry, third year 40,000. Example, keep it, okay. So 80,000 you have get back in the second year itself. So how much is required? Only 20,000 is required. Third year, how much you are earning? 40,000. 40,000 for whole year. So 20,000 divided by 40,000. So half year. So 2.5 year is the payback period. Like if it is an uneven cash flow, you have to calculate like that. Okay. So I have calculated here. I already explained you. You go through this. This PPTs, if you want, you send me my send mail. I will forward to you. Okay. Or any one of you take responsibility. All of your emails, give it to them. One of you, you get all PPT from me. Okay. Then accounting rate of return method or average rate of return method. Average rate of return method. What is the formula? What is the formula for average investment? Either you can take average investment or initial investment also you can take. Average investment, 5 years if it is given, first you have to estimate the profit. So average profit you have to find out. Average investment means initial investment by 2. What is the cost of investment divided by 2? That is called average investment, right? So what is the investment? It is up to you. Net present value, you have to take time value, time factor. Time factor, that is the minimum rate of return taken as discount factor. You have to see your cash flow, what is given in your problem. So profits before depreciation, after taxation, if it is given, as it is, we can take no issue. But before depreciation and before taxation, if it is given, you have to first deduct the depreciation, calculate taxation, deduct the taxation. You have to add back the depreciation. The for of NPV, keep it in your mind, the profit before depreciation but after taxation is required. For the purpose of taxation, the depreciation is an allowable expenditure. First you have to deduct depreciation, then you have to calculate taxation and deduct it, add back your depreciation again, because NPV you have to add the depreciation. Okay. So while calculating NPV, you should be very careful. Then discount factor multiply by the cash proceeds. Then you have to discount factor multiply it, and you will get total amount is called present value of cash proceeds, cash inflows, minus initial investment, that is called NPV, net present value. So which project, suppose if it is a two alternatives are there, which project gives you higher NPV, you can select, right? That is NPV method. IRR, internal rate of return, that means the rate at which equal or gives the NPV is equal to 0. That is the rate at which the discount factor or present total proceeds of the inflow is equal to your initial investment. become equal means what? Zero. That is called internal rate of return, right? So internal rate of return, the rate at which discount rate which equates the aggregate present value of net cash inflows with the aggregate present value of cash outflow of the project. That means what? NPV is equal to 0. IR rate at which the NPV is equal to 0. This point we should be very careful. We should be very carefully remember it. Okay. So this IRR rate calculation is a little bit difficult to calculate. Why? Because there are two, three method, trial and error method are there, or some formulas we can calculate for approximate IRR only we can calculate. Exact IRR we couldn't calculate. Approximately we can use the payback period as the factor. Payback period factor, you have to first you locate the factor, and then by using this formula you can find out your IRR. Okay. Annuity table you can get it from the examiner, from the examination hall for calculation of IRR. Why? Because the discount rate for first year, second year, it will not be given. It is required, right? The next, profitability index. Profitability index is very simple. As usual, net present value, how you are calculating the total present value of cash proceeds minus initial investment you are deducting. That is called NPV. So in this case, instead of deducting, you have to divide it by the initial investment. That is what? Present value of cash inflows divided by present value of cash outflow. That is called profitability index. Profitability index gives you the value, per rupee invested. So it measures the present value of returns per rupee invested. So it gives you the exact decision making than the NPV, right? So these are the problems. You prepare it, right? The next one, leverage. So leverage, there are, what is leverage? Leverage means employment of an asset or fund which is using fixed cost or fixed return on investment. So fixed cost means long-term investment. Long-term investment you are using in the business, that is fixed cost. Fixed return fund or capital, that means what? Debt capital. Fixed rate of interest you have to give on that capital, right? So when you are using fixed cost, fixed return capital, the employment of leverage will be there. That is employment of an asset. How efficiently you are utilizing. Suppose if you are having excess debt capital, what will happen? The company have to incur financial risk, right? High financial risk. And at the same time, if you are unlevered company, there is no debt capital, only equity capital. So in that case, the maximization of shareholders' wealth will not be happen, right? So you have to be very carefully handle the fixed bearing interest capital. You should be very careful. That is why leverage, the efficiency of managing with the fixed return. Similarly, the fixed asset, when you are utilizing the fixed cost factor is very, very important. So there are two types of cost. I already explained you. There's fixed cost and variable cost. Variable cost is vary with the volume of output. Fixed cost, suppose if your company earning whether produce 100 units or 200 units, the maximum capacity of your production level, say for an example 1000 units. So if you are producing 100 units, you have to incur some fixed expenses. 100 unit or 200 units or 1000 units, you have to pay the same. So in that case, you have to maximize your production. The company will earn profit. So that is the efficiency of using fixed cost. That is leverage, right? The firm's ability to use fixed cost assets or fixed funds to increase the return on shareholders. That gives you the earnings less variable cost exceeds the fixed cost, or earnings before EBIT, interest and tax exceed the fixed return requirement. That leverage is called as favorable, right? So favorable leverage, the company achieve the shareholders wealth, maximizing shareholders wealth. That is two types of leverage, that is operating leverage and financial leverage. Operating leverage, that is related, associated with your investment activity. So the firm's ability to use fixed operating costs to magnify the effects of changes in sales on its earnings before interest and tax, right? It consists of fixed cost and variable cost. I already explained you. The operating leverage formula is contribution divided by EBIT or operating profit. EBIT means earnings before interest and tax. The degree of operating leverage is percentage of degree in profits divided by percentage change in sales. Financial leverage. What is financial leverage? Financial leverage means the ability of your firm to use fixed financial charges to magnify the effects of changes in your EBIT on the earnings per share. That means what? When you are using debt capital, ability of firm to use fixed financial charge means what? Debt capital. Fixed interest you have to pay. So the ability of using of debt capital that should magnify, increase. Magnify means what? Increase the EBIT. Effects of changes in EBIT means what? Operating profit. That operating profit ultimately increase your shareholders' wealth. That is earnings per share. You understand this? So financial leverage means the ability of your firm to use fixed financial charges to magnify the effects of changes in EBIT on the earnings per share. Right? This is very, very, very important concept. So financial leverage formula is operating profit EBIT divided by earnings available to equity shareholders or profits before taxation. This EBIT you have to deduct interest. That means earnings available to equity shareholders, right? Degree of financial leverage, that is percentage of changes in EPS divided by percentage of changes in EBIT. The combined leverage is operating leverage into financial leverage, that is called combined leverage. That's all. Okay. So what are the uses, differences between financial and operating leverage? That's all with regards to this chapter. Next chapter, third unit is capital structure theories. Capital structure theory is very, very, very important decision making of each and every business concern. It is the capital structure decision making is the relationship between debt equity proportions, debt equity mix, the mix of forms debt equity. That is what is the optimum capital structure. So which capital's combination of debt equity gives you the maximizing the value of the firm and at the same time minimizing your overall cost of capital. That is called optimum capital structure theories, right? So objectives of the capital structure: maximize the value of the firm, minimize the overall cost of capital. Under this is the capital structure decision making. Value of the firm will, effect of cost of capital will be the value of firm should increase. Capital optimum capital structure. So desired capital debt equity mix, that is capital existing capital structure, payout policy, return on effect of return and risk return factor you have to consider. Then capital this capital desired capital is also based upon your capital structure decision. Needs to raise funds, how much is required, then capital budgeting decision, all these things which are involved in the decision of capital structure decision, financing of capital structure, right? So what are the factors which are determining capital structure? There is leverage and cost of capital. Various factors already I explained you. Capital structure theories. There are two concepts. One is relevance theory, another one is irrelevance theory. What are the irrelevance theory? What is the relevance theory? Relevance theory means the proportions of debt equity that will affect your working capital, affect your capital structure or value of the firm and overall cost of capital. That is relevance theory. Yes, there is a effect when your proportions, if you are changing, definitely that will affect your value of firm and then cost of capital, right? So irrelevance theory, there is whatever be the proportions of debt equity mix, that will not affect the value of the firm, and at the same time overall cost of capital. That is the irrelevance theory. There are four theories are propounded here. One is traditional approach, net income approach, net operating income approach, and then Modigliani and Miller approach. Here, what two traditional approach and then net income approach or relevance theory. That is that they are arguing that that will affect your overall cost of capital and then value of the firm. But net operating income approach and then Modiglian and Miller approach, these two theories are arguing that there is no relationship between the proportions of debt equity mix and the value of the firm, right? So in that is traditional approach arguing that when the proportions of debt equity mix increase the value of the firm up to a certain level, and reducing the overall cost of the capital up to a certain level. Beyond the certain level of debt, it will reverse. So that is the traditional method of approach, right? Then net income approach. Net income approach is arguing that maximizing your debt to capital, your value of the firm will be maximum. And then overall cost of capital will be minimum. It is propounded net income approach and net operating income approach. Both the approach are propounded by Durand. The author name is Durand. When use of more debt to finance to reduce the overall cost of capital and increase the value of the firm, right? So these are the examples I have given. You have to go through that, right? Net operating income approach, it is saying that there is whatever be the financial structure decision making, it is irrelevant to the valuation of the firm, and then overall market value of the firm, and then overall cost of capital. It will not affect the capital structure decisions as well as overall cost of capital, right? That is the net operating income approach. The formula, that is value of the firm, is calculated overall market capitalizing your earnings before interest and tax. You are capitalizing your profit, operating profit. So under this method, there is it is irrelevant. He is arguing. The next one, approach, Modigliani and Miller approach. They are arguing that there is the proportions of debt equity mix that will not affect, that will not, there is no effect on your value of the firm as well as overall cost of capital, that will not change. And one more point, he is arguing that individual investors capital financing decision is equating the company's financing decision. So that is it will not affect your capital structure theory, the proportions decisions. Okay, this is the theory concepts. Arbitrage process means buying at in a lower prices in one market and selling it higher prices. That is that equilibrium brings into the market price of the indifference market. So in this case, individual arbitrage process that compensate the company's arbitrage process, right? So these theories and assumptions you thoroughly read it, and example also you thoroughly study it, and then in the case study, if they are saying that capital structure theory, give discussion, a brief explanation like that. So you have to explain the concept, and then you have to write the formula, give example, and then you have to explain everything for 20 marks case study. Okay, so theory is very, very, very important. That's all with regards to this third unit, right? So fourth unit, dividend theories. Dividend theories yesterday only I have explained you. So dividend decision making is very very important decision making as in the finance manager role. So dividend, what is dividend? Profit is declaration, or what is the profit distributed to the shareholders, that is called dividend, right? Profit earned by the company which is distributed to among the shareholders, that is called dividend. So whether what is the payout ratio, that decision making is very very important. So you have to keep it in your mind, wealth maximization of your shareholder. So wealth maximization will affect your dividend payout ratio. Payout ratio will affect your wealth maximization or not. Yes, there are some theories are saying that, some theories saying that it is affecting. Some theories saying that there is no effect. That is, it is relevant. It is irrelevant. So again, Mardigley and Miller arguing that it is a irrelevant area. Whatever be the payout ratio will not affect the value of the firm. Value of the firm means maximizing the maximization of shareholders' wealth. So that will not affect. They are arguing that. So there are some assumptions underlying that. That is perfect market condition, investor rational. There are no taxation. The firm has investment fixed investment policy, no risk or uncertainty. These are the assumptions underlying them. The formula under approach I have explained yesterday. That is P0 is equal to 1 by 1 plus KE into D1 by P1. D means dividend per share during the first year. KE cost of capital, current market price, that is the P0, previous market period, that is P1, prevailing market price at the end of the period. So you have to find out whether dividend policy will affect your value of the firm or not, right? Relevance theory, there are two theory, Walter's model and Gordon's model. Walter model is very very important thing. The concept you have to keep it in your mind. When rate of return on investment is greater than 100% retained earnings is good decision. That means that gives you maximize your value of the company, or 0% payout ratio. 100% retained earnings means what? 0% is payout ratio. So when your rate of return on return is equal to your cost of capital, there is no difference. Whether whatever be the dividend payout ratio, there is no effect. But when the return on investment is lower than your cost of capital, in that case, 100%, if you maximize your payout ratio, maximizing your payout ratio will be the more value of the firm, market value of the firm will be greater. So these are the concept propounded by Walter's model. Walter's model formula, P is equal to D plus R by KE into E minus D divided by KE. So you have to be by heart this formula, and then you prepare some, practice some problems under various situations. So this kind of problem for the examination point of view definitely will be given, right? And then Gordon's model. Gordon's model is also arguing that dividend policy of the firm that will affect your value of the firm, and then overall cost of capital. So the formula is given. We have calculated some problems. Then what are the factors which are determining your dividend decision? So these are all the factors: amount of earnings, stability, stability of earnings, stability of dividend, growth in opportunities, cash flow position, contractual constraints, taxation policy, stock market reaction, access to capital market, legal constraints. So these are the factors which are affecting or influencing your dividend decision, right? Then working capital requirements, estimate working capital management. We can say it is a working capital management. So working capital management. What is working capital? The fund or capital which is required for meeting the day-to-day expenditure, that is called working capital. Current total current assets, we are taking it as gross working capital minus current liability, that is called net working capital, right? What is the need of working capital? Working capital, optimum working capital, we should keep it a very rational decision making should be taken. Excess working capital is a negative impact, as well as inadequate working capital also will give you negative impact. So we should keep up optimum working capital, right? So, what are the factors which are determining your working capital? Nature of business, production cycle, business cycle, production policy, credit policy, growth and expansion, availability of raw material, earning capacity. So, these are the points. Then, working capital, how to estimate. There are two, three methods. There is percentage of sales method, estimation of components of working capital method. So this is working capital of operating cycle. First you have to calculate, or otherwise you have to estimate the working capital requirement under various things. That is debtors, how much, current assets, how much we have to estimate required for, how much is required for stock. So how much is required for creditor. Add current asset minus current liability. That is called working capital requirement. Sometimes cash or some contingencies we have to keep. So you have to add the working capital you have to estimate. So not only in the working capital, not only this working capital estimation, but also it includes cash position. That is how much cash management, how much cash you have to keep it in hand, how much cash you have to keep it in bank. So what is the loan borrow from bank? So what is the credit, term credit? So many things are there. That there is also there in your textbook. That also you go through that. And then cash budget, budgeting, cash budgeting is also flexible. Budget is also you can prepare. Sometimes they may ask you in the examination point of view. So but while preparing budget, we need to prepare month wise. That is previous month balance, closing cash balance will be the opening cash balance. So what you have to do, opening cash, first one 3 months cash budget if they are asking to prepare. So cash balance plus what are the cash receipts. What are the cash receipts? Some will be given in the problem. That is cash sales or credit sales allowed period 2 months. That means for 2 months before what you have done credit sales, this month you are collecting. So what are the cash proceeds is the possible that you have to uh, take it, add, minus cash payments. What are the estimation of cash payments? Creditors, how much we have to pay, wages, how much we have to pay. So any taxation or any payment you are making, deduct it. So finally next first month cash, closing cash balance you have to find out. That closing cash balance will be the opening cash balance for next month. Then next month you have to add cash receipts for that month, less cash payments, then closing balance will be the third month opening cash balance. Similar way you have to prepare. I didn't prepare it here. Let me see any problem it is with me. Just a few minutes. I'll check out. See here, this is the model of cash budget. Cash budget you have to prepare like this. This is opening balance plus receipts of the current month, that is cash sales, receipts of the from the debtors, interest and dividend, sale of fixed assets, sale of investment, bank loan, issue of shares and debentures. These are all the cash receivables, receipts, less cash payments, that is purchases, payment to creditors, salaries and wages, administrative expenses, selling expenses, dividend payable, payment of loan, purchase of fixed assets. These are all payments. So what is the total payments? You deduct it, you will get the closing cash balance. That closing cash balance will be the opening cash balance of the February month. This is the model, right? Mm, let us see one problem. See here, this is the cash budget, the preparation of cash budget. Problem is given, sales, purchases, wages, these are all the things are given. 6 months informations are given, June, July, August, September, October, November, December are given, right? So information, additional informations are given. 50% credit sales are realized in the month of following the sale, and remaining 50% in the second month following. So do you have to follow this instruction? You have to calculate what is the cash realization during this period. So cash budget, they are asking you to prepare August to October. So August to October you have to calculate. With these informations you have to keep it, right? 50% sales are realized in the month following, and the remaining 50 months in the second month following. That means what? June month, 50 percentage of credit sales will be collected in the month of July half. In the August month you will collect in the 50 percentage, right? So that is the meaning. See here, this problem. See this workings, you can understand. See the sales for the August month, June month sales 50 percentage you will collect in the month of August. Then July month 50% you will second month, no? So July month sales will be collected in the month of August, like that. So August month how much sale profits you will collect. This is workings, you have to calculate like this, and you have to write it here. This is the cash budget. August, September, October, 3 months you have to prepare. So August first you have to write the opening cash balance is given in your problem. Sales cash, there is cash, credit sales collection. So you have to calculate separately. You have to write it here. Total receipts you have to add it. Less payments. What are the payments? Purchases. So what is given? Sometimes 1 month lagging period means what? Previous month purchases you will pay in the next month. So previous month's purchases you have to write in the current month. Like that you have to write. So purchases, wages, manufacture. Similarly, wages also will be given like this. See the problem. See. Sales are given like this, right? Creditors are paid in the month following the month of purchase. Following the month means what? Purchases, July month purchases you have to pay in the month of August. Following month means what? Previous year purchases you have to pay in the current month. So August month, how much you will pay? Not 2,43,000, 1,44,000 you will pay, right? Likewise, you have to see the time lag. So payment, manufacturing expenses, half month is given. So manufacturing expenses, what you have to do? Half month, July half month expenses you have to pay in the August. August half month you have to add it. That is 2,000, here 1,500. So 3,500 you have to calculate. So time lag, if it is payment for other expenses, 1 month. 1 month means what? Selling expenses, office expenses, previous month expenses you have to pay for current month. See here. After manufacturing expenses 3,500, office expenses, that is previous month you have to pay current month. Previous month, see, 1,000 you have to pay in the current month. 1,500 you pay for next month, like that. So it depends upon the information. You have to calculate the what is the total payments. Total receipts minus total payments is the closing cash balance. That will be the opening cash balance for the next month. Suppose minus value if you are getting, that is called overdraft, bank overdraft, right? So you have to prepare like, see here, this is minus value. Minus value here, you deduct it, net value you have to find out. So that is working overdraft, bank overdraft you have to prepare cash budget like this, right? So suppose sometimes some examination point of view, cash budget also they may ask you to prepare, right? This is cash budget. Another problem I have prepared in here. We have already in first chapter we have prepared, I think so. I mean accounting for manager. Okay, no issue. If you don't know, you have to practice it. They may ask sometimes because cash budgeting is also one of the working capital management aspects, right? I have completed and then recollected and then overall concepts I have explained. That's all with regards to all these things. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Anybody? Okay, all the best. My sincere advice: don't miss the answer. Don't leave the case study even if you don't know. You attend it. You attend it whatever you know, because when we are evaluating your answer script, we are finding difficult to put some marks to get 50 marks, right? So don't leave any answers. That is five questions you have to answer it compulsorily. Five questions you answer it for A part and B part. C part compulsorily you have to answer it. Okay, don't leave it anything. Be prepared. With calculator you can use. No need for buying this accounting sheet is not required for financial management. In white sheet itself you can prepare that. When you are preparing the statement, everything you use scale and pencil. Neat presentation is very important. Then answers also very, don't overwrite it. The calculations, rough workings and all, you use a separate paper, and then you have to be very carefully, neatly present it. Okay, all the best. Thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
Sri.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma. Anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all the best. If anybody wants PPT, you can send mail to me. I will forward to you. Okay, but you have to mention second semester financial management PPT are required, like that. You have to ask. Otherwise, I will get confused. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Okay. Bye.
Okay,
Thank you
ma'am.
so
Bye.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I leave.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, students.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Very good afternoon to
Good
all.
afternoon, sir.
Yeah, our class is over. Shall we start or shall I give 2 minutes break?
Yes, sir. 5 minute break if it would be good.
Okay, 5 minutes you take break. After that, we'll join together. Okay,
Okay, sir.
because continuous class it may be a bit difficult for you. So 2-3 minutes. After that, we'll join together. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let me upload my PPT by that time. Then we can start. Students, are you able to see PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Shall we start now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you
Good
back once
afternoon,
again
sir.
for marketing class. Your second session. Okay.
Good
And
afternoon, sir.
last class, yes, last class we are discussing about the fourth P, that is promotion. Okay. We have discussed in last class about what is promotion, what are the different types of promotion measure, promotion mix. Do you remember? Promotion mix like advertising, sales promotion, personal selling, direct marketing, publicity, etc. Isn't it? So we have discussed advertising in detail. What is an advertising? Advertising is a non-personal communication. It is a paid form of non-personal communication, idea, goods and services with an identified sponsor. In advertising, what is there? There has to be, it has to be a paid form. It has to be non-personal. It has to be, there has to be an identified sponsor. Then only it will be called as advertising. And different medias of advertising we have discussed, like print media, audio visual media, electronic media, outdoor media. All this we have discussed. And role of media in advertising we have discussed, that what important role media plays. Then we have discussed about types of media in advertising, like print media, newspaper, folders, product literature, journals, electronic media, TV, video, radio, voicemail, cinema, outdoor media, billboard, hoarding, balloons, advertising on transport means, then direct mail like sending price list, catalog, personal letter, circular. These are the different types of media. We have also discussed what are the effectiveness of each mode of media. What is the effectiveness of each visual impact, color, presentation, reach and frequency of each kind of media. In this table, you can see we have already discussed yesterday. Then measure the advertising effectiveness. So because you need to check the once advertising being done, then you need to check the effectiveness. And measuring advertising effectiveness could be of two types according to the objectives of advertiser, like communication effect research, then sales effect research. Communication effect research in the sense what you are communicating to your customer, whether it is effective or not through advertising, whatever you are communicating, whether it is effective or not. And similarly, sales effect research in the sense you can see the sales graph, whether sales has been improved or not. By that, you can understand that what is the impact of your advertisement. Similarly, like in communication effect research, what is this? The study seeks to discover if advertising is achieving the intended communication effect, whether whatever you have intended, wanted to communicate to your customer or target audience, whether it has been reached or the target which you wanted to achieve, whether it is achieved or not. So you can check that the effectiveness. If it is effective, then you can take further step, or if it is not effective, then you have to modify your communication way or promotional way. This method is also known as copy testing. As I told you, before advertising you need to make a copy. Copywriting is necessary. You have to design your copy. Once the copy is designed, then only it has to be through certain media circulated. So the objective of this research is an improvement in the present system. What is the objective? To improve in the present system, whether it is effective or not. If it is not effective, what else we need to do? So through copy testing, there are various way of copy testing. Like once advertising copy is made, then sometimes what they will ask the group of people to watch the advertisement copy and to say that what they found out in that one, what is interesting in that one. If some video is there, what they will do, they will play the video and they will watch. One camera will be there that will be capturing the eye movement of the individual. So when suppose the price is too high, the eye will be expanded. So that can be caught by the camera. So you can see that which area and what is the impact of your copy. Can be categorized into two types, like pre-testing advertising and post-testing advertising. Pre-test also you can do, and post-test also you need to do. Pre-test in the sense copy testing you need to do before releasing the advertisement. Post-test in the sense after releasing the advertisement. Then you can ask the people then to what they observe in the advertisement, and sometimes to compare the different. They will give two different kinds of advertisement, and they will ask you to compare it, which one you found interesting or which area is appealing, much appealing. So all this can be copy testing. So there are three methods of pre-testing, that is direct testing, portfolio test, and laboratory testing. And the following steps can be adopted to evaluate whether ad is effective or not. Like attention strength. What is the attention strength of the advertisement? Suppose you are displaying an advertisement, you can see and watch, or camera can record that what is the attention strength of the individual customer, which area they are putting more attention, where their eyes are spending. So, oh, price is too high. Like this, they can capture, camera can capture their eye movement also. Or which area, some area is interesting, then they will put more attention, they will see. Suppose picture is very attractive, then they will see the details of the picture, their eye movement will be there for longer period. So these things can be checked it out, and you can identify the what is the attention strength of the advertisement. Read through strength. What is the read through strength? What is the people trying to read in the advertisement? Whether they are trying to see the price or the features of the product or the details, availability details, contact details of the seller. So all these things read through strength. Then cognitive strength. What is the cognitive? Your mental image is going to the for the particular advertisement. What they can understand, they can recognize, or what they can remember from that advertising copy. Then effective strength. What is the effectiveness of the particular advertisement? Then behavioral strength. After watching the advertisement, what is their behavior? How their body language is? All this you can see and evaluate through this method. And there is a other rating scale method also, through which you can ask to rate the individual about the 5-point scale, said how much mark you are giving to the particular advertisement copy. Next is sales promotion. This is the second promotional mix, second component of promotional mix. Like first is advertising, then second is sales promotion. What is sales promotion? You are promoting sales to and convincing your customer to buy your product more. Sales promotion describe promotional method using special short-term techniques. It is a short-term technique. It cannot be longer period, like till stock last, buy one get one till stock last, buy one get one till 31st March. Like this, it is for the short period, and you are persuading members of the target group to purchase your product. And what is the objective of the sales promotion? Building product awareness. You are creating awareness about your product. So consumers should know about the product, what is the price of the product, where it will be available, and what is the price. So all these things you are creating awareness among the customers and creating interest. Once the sales promotion there, people will be interested to buy. When you are giving 10% discount, the people will be interested to buy the product. So you are creating interest. Or sometimes what you are doing, you are asking the customer to write a slogan for your product. So that is also the kind of interest it is being created in the mind of the customer. And by writing slogan, what you are giving certain incentives, like you can give some prizes or gift or something like holiday ticket or something, whatever you are promoting, you have decided that you are giving to the customers, which creates the interest. And providing information, you are giving the information about the product, means in the sense where it will be available and what is the details, address or contact details of the seller, and stimulating demand. You are here creating demand from the customer. Once customers are interested, they will buy the product, and reinforcing the brand. What they will do, you are improving the image of the brand. You are creating brand awareness among the mind of the customer. So it is the definition of sales promotion. You can say Roger is trying as defined sales promotion in a few words, like sales promotion is short-term incentive. It is short-term. So to encourage purchase or sales of product or services. So at the difference between advertising is non-personal. It is paid form, whereas sales promotion is different. It is for the short term and some activity you need to do in sales promotion. Like either you have to buy the product or you have to do certain activity. So what are the difference between advertising and sales promotion? Advertising, a reason is offered to buy. What you are doing in advertising? You are offering the reason. You are telling that my product is the best product in the market. My product is having some special features. It is different from others. So you are creating a reason they should buy to buy my product. So through advertisement, you are creating interest in the mind of the customer and giving them reason to buy, justifying your reason why they should buy your product. Similarly, in sales promotion, what is that? An incentive they offer to buy. What you are doing, you are giving certain kind of incentives. If you buy, you will get 10% off. If you buy, you can get one product free of cost. Like this, some incentive you are offering. But in case of advertising, you are justifying your to buy the product. Similarly, in case of advertising, theme is to be built up brand loyalty. What you are doing, the main theme is to improve the brand loyalty among the customer. So what you are doing, you are trying to improve the image of your brand and creating brand loyalty. But in case of sales promotion, theme is to break down the loyalty to a competing brand. So what you are doing here, you are trying to break the loyalty of other brands, competitors. So you are trying to, through advertising, you are trying to create brand loyalty among the customer. Whereas in the case of sales promotion, you are breaking down the loyalty of other competitors. So they should not go to other competitors, rather they will come to you and buy the product. You are breaking down the loyalty to a competing brand. Means you are making the customer loyal towards your brand and breaking down towards the other company's brand. And in case of advertising, aim is to attract the ultimate consumers. What you are trying to do, you are attracting the ultimate consumers to buy your product. But whereas in case of sales promotion, aim is to attract not only consumer but retailers, wholesaler, and sales force also. In case of sales promotion, what you are doing, there are different kinds of sales promotion. It is, one can be sales promotion for the consumer, it can be for the retailer, or it can be for the wholesaler and sales force also, who are selling directly the product. The different kinds of promotional measure you can make. But in case of advertising, it is just to attract the ultimate user, only consumers. In the sales promotion, you are making not only consumer, intermediaries also you are including in that one. Advertising is effective, but whereas effective sales promotion is effective in the short run. How it is long run? Because advertising you are creating for the long time. It is, you are just justifying the reason, and to the mass market you are promoting your product. But in case of sales promotion, it may not be for the mass market, it may be regional, it may be for whole, and maybe for particular market or for particular customer. So but it is the short term duration. You cannot keep it for longer duration. If it is for longer duration, then negative impact may be there. So sales promotion is effective for short run. If you are continuously giving discount, then they may think that this product is not good product, because continuously whenever you go they are giving discount. That means it is not very quality product. That is the reason they are trying to give discount. So what you are doing here, you are trying to sell your product, not. So you understand between the difference between marketing and selling. Selling means somehow you are trying to sell the product, but marketing means you are trying to understand the customer need and you are fulfilling their need, satisfying their need by the giving value product and creating a value for both, creating value for each other. So in case of sales promotion, it will be effective for short duration. So in case of advertising, heavy advertising makes the brand image of the product and accords uh, it the perception of the higher quality. Continuously, you must have seen the television. Continuously, they will be giving again and again same kind of advertisement, same product. So what you are doing, you are trying to create a brand image in the mind of the customer that yes, we are the brand, we are available, our product is the best. And, so consumer perceive that yes, this is the right kind of product, and you are creating importance of your product as it is a high quality product. But heavy sales promotion leads to the product being perceived as having a brand image of cheaper and lower quality product. What is that? If you are continuously giving sales promotion discount, then it will create an image that the company's brand is not very good. It is a cheaper brand and product quality is very lower because continuously a discount or creating sales promotion, buy one get one, buy one product get other product free, 10% off, 10% extra, like this you are giving this. They may think that perception may be different for the consumer. So heavy advertising is enhancing the brand image of the product, whereas heavy sales promotion it will lower down the image of the brand as well as the seller. Advertising includes messages delivered through various types of media. Advertising, what you are doing through various types of media, like print media, audio visual media, outdoor media, electronic, several media, social media. But whereas various types, in case of sales promotion, various types of incentives are offered for offered. What is that? Consumer promotion, trade promotion, sales force promotion. So what you are doing, you are giving incentive to the consumer as well as your intermediaries. But in case of advertising, uh, the message is delivering through several media. These are the uh, various difference between advertising and sales promotion. Next is personal selling. What is the personal selling mean? Directly you are selling to the customer. You are approaching to the consumer and you sell your product. Some kind of technical products are there which is necessary for to interact with the customer. So you must be remembering like Eureka Force. What they do? They sell vacuum cleaner. What they will do? They will try to approach the individual customer. They will visit home to home and they will try to explain the features of the this vacuum cleaner, and they will try to demonstrate in front of the members, house members, or they will try to explain them because it is a technical product. They may not be aware of that, so they will try to explain all the details how to use, and they will try to promote the product and they will try to sell. They will put there itself, and these are the way of doing personal selling. Directly, they will approach to the customer and they will try to sell the product. So, what is the importance of personal selling? That relationship tool you are developing, creating relationship. You are approaching directly to the customer. That means your personal relationship you are creating, and for the uh, uh, selling of your product. And what else you are doing? Information and persuasion suited for the for complex product in the sense, for example, you wanted to sell vacuum cleaner, so it is a complex product. So how it work, how is its the function, so most of the consumer they do not know. What you are doing, you are trying to explain the persuading the customer and explaining the details of the product, how it is to be used. So information you are providing and persuading customer to buy your product. So what else you are doing? Role in sales cycle. You are helping in sales cycle. As you know that consumer behavior, we have studied what are the different cycles of different steps in buying a product. What is the different steps are buying in product? Like identifying needs. You recognize your need. What do you want? Then you need to search the information. What you will do? You will search for the information where it will be available. Then you will collect the different information. Then what you will do? You will analyze all those. Then select. You have to select a product. Then next step is you are taking decision, buying decision. So once you are convinced, then you are coming to action. You are buying the product. So in all these stages, personal selling, what you are doing, in case of personal selling, you are approaching directly to consumer. So all the steps you are helping them. Your role is important in sales cycle, like identifying their need, telling them the what is asking them what is your requirement. Based on that, you can say this is the right kind of product for you. How it will solve your issues, it can fulfill your requirement. All this you can explain them how it works and what is the price, how it will be suiting to him. So all this during the sales cycle in personal selling, you are helping the consumer. The total firm in customer side, because the behavior of the salesperson, it reflects the whole company's image. So if the salesperson is very effectively they are explaining to the customer, taking care of the customer, then they will feel that yes, the company is good or the product brand is good. So total firm in customer's eye, whatever you represent, based on that they can presume that how the firm will be. So the sales from in personal selling, the seller's role is very, salesman's role is very important. The source of information, you are providing them the different source of information to the customer. So these are the different importance of personal selling. One more is theory of selling. There is a IDAS theory of selling. IDAS stand for A for attention, I for interest, D for desire, A for action, S for satisfaction. IDAS. Take the example. Suppose if you are approaching to a store for buying some clothing item. So what they will do, salesperson, he will try to take out different products. He will ask, what is your range? What kind of product you want? Or after getting all this information, what you will do, he will try to bring your attention towards the certain products. You will take out some product, they will try to bring attention. These are the product requirement they will show. Then you will see the product. After that, you will have interest to see. So if your requirement, as per your choice, you got the different product, then you will create interest to see all those. Then once interest is created, then you will have desire. So this is the right kind of product for me. Out of some 3-4 products, you have selected one. You feel that this is the right kind of product for me, and I want to. You will have the desire to buy the product. Then once you have decided, then you will come to action. Action in the sense you will buy ready to buy the product. So you will through credit card or debit card or online payment or through cash. What you are doing, you are buying product. You are coming to action. Then it comes satisfaction. Once you bought the product after use, so whether you are satisfied with the product or dissatisfied, so result will come. This is called as IDAS theory. Sometimes examination also they ask short-term question. What do you understand by IDA? Similarly, one more is in advertisement Dagmar approach, defining advertising goal and measuring advertising result. So Dagmar and IDA, there are the two this type of question it may come for short term questions. So next is one is advertising, then we discuss sales promotion, then personal selling, Next is direct marketing. What is direct marketing? You are directly sending the information to the customer, and customer is booking the product and getting directly from the company or manufacturer. So that is direct marketing method. So a company may take different kinds of method of selling, like either they can different methods of promotion. Either they can go for advertising, they can go for sales promotion, they can go for personal selling, they can go for direct marketing also. So nowadays, many of the companies they are doing direct marketing. They are directly approaching to the customer. They are sending emails and many other communication methods, so that directly you can book the product and get the product directly. So that is direct marketing. Another one is publicity or public relation. What is the role of public relation? The role of public relation officer, what is he is trying to, public relation officer is trying to do enhance the image of the organization in the mind of the customer or public. So that is the role of public relation officer. In almost all the organizations, they have public relation officer. Similarly, in case of marketing, you have public relation department who tries to create an awareness among the customer about your product. They give publicity about the product. For example, some of the company have launched a new product. How they will do? They will try to make an press conference or public meeting or something like that, or some some fairs and melas. They will make a stall there. They will try to demonstrate the product, and they will try to promote their product. They will give information about the product and the company. So this is publicity. As I told you, gave some example like uh, Bollywood, how the film stars, they are trying to create publicity and to improve the uh, creating awareness among the customer, to spread the message about the particular movie. They are doing certain kind of publicity. So publicity can be, it can be negative, it can be positive also. So publicity, it is non-paid form. It is not unlike advertisement. It is not paid form. So these are the various kinds of promotion mix, and almost all this as per your syllabus we have covered each and everything. And if anything is left over, you want to discuss, some 15 minutes we'll discuss your doubt and old question papers also, or else if you want to ask me any questions, otherwise once again we'll revise from the beginning. So that, so 5 minutes we'll revise, and after that we'll leave for doubt clearance or question answer session. Okay, is it all right?
Yes, sir.
We'll go for revision since beginning. So in unit 1, what we have discussed about the basic concepts of marketing. Do you remember basic concepts of marketing? So many of the time, again I am telling you again and again, for examination point of view, this is one of the important question. Basic concept of marketing. First you need to understand what is marketing. You need to write the definition of marketing. Then functions of marketing. You need to understand what are the different functions, like buying function, transporting function, storing function, standardizing and grading, financing, risk taking, security, marketing, information. All these are the different functions of marketing. Quickly we'll cover each and everything. Then needs, wants and demand. Next is evaluation of marketing or marketing concept or marketing era. So don't confuse with concept, era, history, evolution. All this, all are the same. First concept is production concept or production era, mass production. As I discussed earlier, when there was a requirement for the product, so there was a mass production to satisfy the need of the customer. Next era came product era. They focused on the quality of the product, because only mass production will not be sufficient. Quality of the product. We have discussed in detail The next era came sales era. If quality of product is there, product sufficient, available, then there are a lot of products, similar products are available. Competitors are there. The sales era, how to sell the product. You are convincing the customer to sell your product. The next era came, next concept is marketing concept. Marketing concept, what it says, that only selling will not be sufficient. Marketing, you have to understand of the need of the customer. If you understand the need of the customer, then based on their requirement, you can make the product. And you satisfy the customer by creating value for each other. So this is marketing era. Next era came, it is called as relationship marketing concept, where you need to create the relationship. Customer retention is important. You have to create relationship with the customer so that they will come back to you again to buy your product. Similarly, holistic concept in the sense you need to take care of the society where you are doing the business. Like a business has different roles, different responsibility toward the customer, responsibility toward the society, responsibility toward the government, your responsibility toward the shareholder. All this you have certain kind of responsibility, and you need to do ethical marketing. So holistic approach you need to take. There should not be unethical way of marketing. So you need to do ethical marketing. These are the different concepts in marketing or different era of marketing. Now, different process of marketing, as we have discussed: strategy formulation, marketing planning, programming, allocating a budget, implementation, then analysis, then monitoring and auditing. So these are the different steps in process in marketing. Next, we have discussed about this is also one of the important questions. Write down the difference between selling and marketing. Selling start with seller, marketing start with buyer. Seller is the center, whereas buyer is the center of business in case of marketing. In case of selling, concern itself with the just technique to sell, but in case of marketing, fulfilling the need of the customer. In case of selling, viewer business is good producing process, but whereas in case of marketing, it is a customer satisfying process. So these are the some differences you can see in your study material also. So all these difference: cost determine the price, consumer determine the price. Here, the seller he determine the price. The cost of the product is 100 rupee. He want 20 rupee profit. 120 he want to. But consumer here, consumer cannot 120 rupee. So similar kind of product may be available in 100 rupee. So whatever consumer are ready to pay, based on that you have to fix the pricing. Emphasis is somehow selling. Here in case of marketing, integrated marketing, covering 4 piece of marketing, like what you are covering: product, price, place, and promotion. And in case of selling, they view customer as the last link, but in case of marketing, customer is the purpose of business. Your business starts now, but in case of once you sell the product, your business is over. So these are the different selling and marketing. Next is marketing mix. Here you can write 4 piece of marketing, traditional marketing, and another 3 piece in case of marketing services. You may write 7 piece of marketing also. So 4 pieces are product, price, place, and promotion. The other 3 pieces are people, process, and physical evidence. So all these 7 pieces you need to ask. Once the question is being asked, what do you understand by marketing mix? Or if you are being asked 4 pieces of marketing categorically, then write 4 pieces. Or marketing mix with 4 pieces plus an additional 3 pieces you can write. So next one is marketing environment. This is mega environment or micro environment. So which is demographic environment, political legal environment, economic environment, socio-cultural environment, technological environment. These are the, even you can remember in the Prestel formula: P for political, E for economic, S for socio-cultural, T for technological, E for ecological, L for legal environment. So that way also you can remember this marketing environment. Definitely it will be somehow short question or long question, it may come. So next is buyer behavior. We have already discussed buyer behavior is very important. So determine the consumer behavior. What determines? Cultural influence, group influence, family influence. These are the different kinds of influence which is influencing the customer to take decision for buying a product. Next is consumer personal factor, interpersonal factor. Like personal factor, what is the unique need of the individual. How the perception, how he individual perceives about the product, attitude of the customer, learning at what he learns from about the product, self concept, what is his concept. Based on that, he takes the individual customer takes a decision. Next is consumer decision process. This is also important question. What are the different stages of consumer decision process? First is problem recognition, need identification. What is your need? Based on that, what you can do, information. You go for information search. You are going for information. Evaluation of alternative. Each alternative you are evaluating. Then you take purchase decision. Then come to the action. Then post purchase evaluation. Like I discussed that idea theory: attention, interest, desire, action, and satisfaction. So here, like problem recognition, what is your need? Then you go for information. For example, you want to buy a television. So your need is to entertainment, the television you need. So you will search for the information. You will get the different information from different company, different brand. So which one will be the smart TV you want? So which company smart TV will be better? You will be evaluating. Once you got the information on different brand, then you alternate evaluation alternative. Now you are evaluating which company, what are the features are being given, and which is good and which is required for you. What is the price? You can evaluate. Then purchase decision. You take the decision. Then finally you purchase the product. After that, if you got the good result, then you are satisfied with the product. If you are not getting good result, then again it is so this is approach to the seller. This is the decision making process. Again, while taking the process, what are the factors influencing? Interpersonal factor like cultural influence, social influence, family influence. Personal like needs and motives. This is the factor which is influencing the customer during decision taking, and this is the process of decision taking. So next we discuss about the segmentation, targeting, and positioning, STP. In detail, we have discussed what is segmentation, how will you target the market, what is positioning. We have discussed. Next, yes, we have discussed. Then unit 2, we have basic concept of product, then different levels of product, like generic product, branded product, expected product, augmented product, potential product. All we have discussed. Then product classification, durable, non-durable, industrial goods. Similarly, we have discussed about the product mix. Product mix in the sense the number of products or different kinds of products available in the portfolio of a company. Then we have discussed product line, width. Next is brand decision. Brand is important. A brand is given legal protection. Brand distinguishes a product. Next is product life cycle. We have in detail we have discussed, like introduction stage, growth stage, maturity stage, decline stage, and different. What are the different strategy you will take in different stages? We have discussed. The next is new product development. This is also product life cycle is also important questions. New product development is also very important question. What are the different stages of new product development? First is idea generation. The once you generate the idea screening, you have to screen the idea, concept development, then you will go to business analysis. Then once business is analyzed or market analysis is done, then you will go for actual product development. Then once product is developed, then you go for market testing, and if it is successful in marketing, you go for commercialization. These are the different stages of new product. Then one more question we discussed: innovation of diffusion or new product adoption. When a new product is launched in the market, what are the adoption process? 2.5 people are innovator. When new product is launched, some people are there who are very innovative people. They will try to buy the product. Suppose electrical car. So very few people initially they will try to buy the product. They are called as 2.5% people. They are called as innovators. By seeing the innovator, they are taking their opinion. Then another 13.5% people, customer, they will try to buy the product. That is, those are people. Those type of people are called as early adopters. Again, from the taking to from the early adopter, early majority people will be adopting the product because they came to know the pros and cons of the product. And after that, 34% people, they are called as early majority. They will adopt the product. Next 34%, they will adopt the product. They will convince each and everything. They will see the performance. They will ask all the details. After that, at the end, they will try to adopt the product. There are those types of people in marketing terminology. It's called as late majority. And last 16% people are called as laggard people. Whatever you try to convince, they will not be ready to buy. At the last, they may buy the product. They are the 16% people. So next, unit 3, we have discussed about the pricing. What do you understand by pricing, and what are the objectives of pricing? Uh, Pricing in digital world. Then we have discussed the pricing objective. This is one of the important question. What are the objectives of pricing? So the different organization may be different objectives, like basically and return of investment. What is the objective of the pricing? To maximize the current profit and return of investment. It may be exploit competitive position. You want to exploit the competitive position in the market, so you are pricing your product. Survival in competition market. You need to survive in the competition market. Based on that, you are pricing the product. Balance price over the product line. In product line, some of the product low selling products are there, high selling products are there. To balance the product line, also you can price the product. The prestige objective, based on the prestige of the organization or brand, you may set the pricing. So these are the basic objectives of pricing. We have discussed in detail. Then next important question is, what are the factors influencing pricing? Internal factors, these are the various internal factors like corporate and marketing objective of the firm, the image sought by the firm by pricing, the characteristic of the product, stage of the product, which stage it is in the growth stage, decline stage, or maturity stage, cost of the manufacturing of the marketing. These are the internal factors. Similarly, there are some external factors. What are the market characteristics? What is the demand in the market? What is the price elasticity of demand? Buying behavior of the consumer, bargaining power, competitors' pricing, government control, other relevant legal aspects based on that. So these are the external. Then what are the, this is also one of the important questions. Pricing, what are the different approaches of pricing? Cost-based pricing method, demand-based approach, competition-oriented pricing method, product line pricing method, tender pricing method, affordability-based pricing method, difference in it. In details, you can go through your study materials are there. Next is procedure of a pricing policy. What is the pricing policy? Selecting the pricing objective first, determining demand, estimating cost, analyzing competitor cost, selecting price approach, selecting final price. Next, fourth unit, we have discussed about product channel decision, importance of channel, functions of channel, factor influencing, what are the factor influencing distribution decision. Then we have flows in marketing. This is also some of the repeated question many of the time. What are the different flows in marketing? They ask question. Product flow, how product flows from the manufacturer to consumer, manufacturer to transport agency, then wholesaler, then it comes to the retailer, then consumer. So this is the way of product is flowing to the manufacturer to consumer. Negotiation flow, how negotiation is being done, manufacturer to wholesaler, wholesaler negotiate to retailer, then consumer. Similarly, how ownership flows, manufacturer, then ownership goes to wholesaler, it goes to the retailer, then finally when consumer buy the product, goes to ownership, goes to him. Similarly, information flow, manufacturer pass the information to the transport agency, then it goes the information to the wholesaler, retailer, then consumer. Similarly, promotional flow, communicate, manufacturer promotes through advertising, goes to the wholesaler, retailer, as well as the consumer. So these are the different flows in marketing channel. Then what are the function of distribution channel? Breaking bulk, accumulating bulk, creating assortment, reducing transaction, transporting and storing, credit service, risk taking. These are the different functions. So how are the bulk breaking function they are doing? We have discussed. Then how transaction without intermediary, how critical it is, how it is solved. We have discussed. Then channel structure. Here you can see that consumer goods 0 level, 1 level, 2 level, 3 level. 1 level means manufacturer to directly distributor, like direct selling. Directly it goes to the consumer. So in single level, there will be in between, it goes to the manufacturer retailer, directly it could come to the consumer. In 2 level, manufacturer, it goes to the wholesaler, retailer, then consumer. In 3 level, manufacturer, agent, wholesaler, retailer, consumer. In 4 level, like manufacturer, dealer, agent, wholesaler, retailer, consumer. Like this in consumer channel, it is lengthy. Similarly, B2B marketing channel, manufacturer to go to consumer directly, or manufacturer to manufacturer and consumer. In between there will be a small manufacturer, it goes to through him, or manufacturer to representative, then consumer, representative, then consumer. This is the channel is very little bit shorter. In case of marketing services also, channel will be shorter. Then distribution channel, how will you design the distribution channel? Different steps are there. I recognize the need, setting objectives, specifying distribution task, develop alternative, evaluate channel, choose the best channel. So sources of conflict, what are the different? This is also an important question. It comes, what are the different sources of channel conflict, how to resolve it? These are the difference in objective, dealing with the customer. So these are the different conflict arises. Then how will you manage the channel conflict? Like effective communication. If you effectively communicate with the intermediaries or middlemen, then your there won't be channel conflict. Joint goal setting, both together with the intermediaries. If you set the goal, then it will be there is the less chance of conflict. Diplomacy, you have to convince the intermediaries and reduce the channel conflict. Mediation, you need to be the mediator for the solving the, if two parties are having conflict, two intermediary channel are having conflict, then you can mediate and you can resolve the issue. Similarly, through arbitration also it can be. And vertical marketing, directly control will be on the manufacturer, directly control on the manufacturer. In this way, you can reduce the channel conflict. Then retailing, we have discussed what are the different types of retailing. Then who are the main player. Then retail sector in India. Function of retailing, like same distribution channel function. Next unit 5th, we have yesterday and today we have discussed about the channel function. These are all about your complete syllabus. Now, any question or anything you want to ask me, you are welcome.
No, sir, all good. Just one question, right? We have to resolve all the case studies given in the paper, right, for 5 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Compulsory 20-mark case study. Okay. Compulsory 20 mark. I told you yesterday that case study, sometimes case study, I will show you one of the question paper also. Case study, what happens, sometimes they give simple paragraph. If don't be confused with that, there is no question. If paragraph is there, so you read through the paragraph or whatever it is being given information, you read through that one. So first of all, you try to find out what is the problem. Identification of problem is the important thing. What is the question? What they wanted to know? What is the problem? What is the issue? You identify them. Once the problem is identified, then what you need to do? What can be the solution for it? Probable solution. Then based on that, you evaluate each of the alternatives. After that, you find out the best one. Yes, this is the right kind of solution. Then implement it. These are the different stages of how you want to. As I told you, so one of the manufacturers, suppose they have very good product and pricing, but there is no sales. So what can be the reason? Now you can take up that the problem is sales is not taking place. What can be the reason? Maybe product may be the reason. You evaluate what kind of product it is. It must have given in the paragraph that product is very good or whatever it is. So based on that, you evaluate that product is good or not, or it is sufficient. Like competitor, there is something differentiation in your product or not, something unique in your product or not. It may be pricing, it may be distribution, it may be product wise also. So which way you are different from the others. So if your product is not good, definitely people will not buy your product. If product is okay, you have evaluated, then you go for second P. Pricing, whether your pricing is as per the competitor pricing, what are your features and what are the competitor features, and what is your pricing. So you have to see that if pricing is all right, then next is you need to find out the third P, the place or distribution, whether your product is distributed to the target customer, whether they are easily getting the product or not, whether it is available or not. So that is to analyze. Once that is analyzed, then next P you can go for promotion, whether sufficient promotion, sufficient awareness about the product is there or not, whether consumer are clear about the product or not, based on their requirement, whether you are convincing them properly or not. So these things you have to evaluate. Then you can find it out which is the worst. Yes, the product is the problem, or price is the problem, or this promotion is the problem. So once you find it out, suppose you found that promotion is the problem, customers are not aware of the product, then what you need to do, what kind of promotion you need to do, how will you do that, what is the media, whether you will go for advertising, whether you go for sales promotion, whether you go for person selling, then you need to take the decision. Based on that, implementation is to be done. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Anything else? Or else I will try to find out one of the question paper.
Sir, can you please provide a PPT?
Yes, you send a mail
in,
to me. Those who want PPT,
okay.
you can send a mail.
Your
Slide.
mail ID, please, sir.
Just a second. In my PPT also it will be there, I think, at the end. Yeah, email ID is there. Here can you see?
Sir, can you please zoom it?
Okay.
Or otherwise, can you please paste in the note message note, sir?
Okay. I'll do that. I've typed in message box. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see one of the question paper. Can you see the question paper now? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Yeah, you can see this is one of the question paper. The 5 into 6, 30 mark question. Answer any 5. What is the list of the difference between selling and marketing? Can you write this one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have already discussed. What is the marketing concept? Just now I discussed what are the different concept in marketing. List out the 4 distinctive features of marketing concept, like product concept, production concept, marketing concept, selling concept. All this we have discussed. Explain the stages of product life cycle. Just now I showed different stages of product life cycle, like introduction stage, growth stage, maturity stage, decline stage. Next, explain the features of influencing pricing decision. So what are the different factors I discussed just now? External factors and internal factors. Next is what are the types of channel flows? Just now I discussed what are the channel flow, like information flow, then product flow, information flow, promotion flow. So all this we have discussed with the diagram. Then distinguish between a retailer and wholesaler, that also last classes we have discussed, who are the wholesaler, who are the retailer. Similarly, what are the 2 types of message appeals in an advertisement? What are the different types of in advertisement? Types of message appeal in an appealing message. Like in advertisement, you have to give the where it will be appealing, the advertising in such a way that it will be appealing to the customer. So attention value will be there for the customer. Explain briefly and give suitable example for it. You can give some example. How does sales promotion differ from advertising? That also I discussed in the differentiation. I have given difference between advertising and sales promotion. Advertising is for short duration, advertising for longer duration, sales promotion is short duration. Excess of advertising will promote, enhance the brand awareness, whereas excess of sales promotion will decrease the brand image. They may perceive in poor quality. Like this, we have discussed. So in sales promotion, some activity you have to do, whereas in advertising there is no such kind of activities. For advertising, you have to use certain media, but in case of sales promotion, certain techniques, certain activity have to be done by the customer. So these are the difference. Next, long type question: what are the 4 P's of marketing? Here exclusively they have asked 4 P means you write about product, price, place, and promotion. So simple, if they ask what are the marketing mix, then in case you can write 4 P's of marketing plus additional 3 P's for services to process evidence. So what is market segmentation? We have discussed about the segmentation. How will you segment the market? Like geographical segmentation, demographic segmentation, psychological segmentation. Like this, we have discussed various methods of segmentation. So explain the factor influencing the market segmentation. You need to write. Explain the various types of buyer behavior. Just now we discussed about the what are the buyer behavior, and different models are there in your study material. You can go through that one. What is a product? We have discussed. Explain the various ranges of product. What are the various ranges of here? Like you can write a generic product, branded product, augmented product, customized product, potential product. All this you can write. Explain briefly the tools and technique of sales promotion. Like I discussed just now, what are the different techniques of sales promotion? Like discount, offer, rebate, buy one get one, buy one get another product free. Like this, these are the different technique of sales promotion. Sales promotion technique not only for the consumer, even for the traders also. You can make sales promotion for giving them some incentives. So explain the factor contributing to the media selection. How will you select the media based on the target audience? Who are your target group? What kind of product you have? What is the objective of your marketing? So based on that, you can select the media. Whether you can go for print media, audio visual media. Suppose, for example, if you go for a rural village, like example of the rural market. So how will you analyze one? So if you want to see the if you see the literature of the people, how many literate, based on that you can decide whether you will go for print media or not, whether you will go for audio visual media or not. So all this you can analyze and you can write the question. Next is the case study. You can see the Ponds has planned a developed website, and Ponds is a one-stop for skincare. This is the detail it is given, and question they have asked: explain the various steps of the company needs to opt for ensuring that this internet advertising venture is success. The success of advertisement, whether your advertising is success or not. I just discussed that commercial, then other way of measuring the advertising successfulness, and again sales graph also you can see whether your advertising success or not. Then what are the steps that can be taken to evaluate the reach of this internet advertising venture? What is the successful evaluate the reach? Whether it is the reach is up to the your target audience or not. Which way you suppose college to which way you will be reaching to them. You may adopt the social media like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, all this based on your audience. You can decide the which media you need to decide, or what is the way of internet advertising. Whether you will go for mobile advertising, you will go for Facebook advertising, you will go for suppose professional group. You can choose LinkedIn. Suppose this youngster college going, then you can select Facebook or WhatsApp or something like that. You can. So you have to. There is in case study there is no right or wrong thing. So you have to justify your answer, and it is compulsory 20 marks. For God's sake, don't leave case study, because during evaluation we have seen some students, they have written very nicely all the answers, they have replied, but they have left the case study, where you will be missing 20 marks. Out of 80, you will be scoring whatever you can score. So if you write case study, then at least some marks you will be getting. So I hope it is clear to all of you. Still, if you have any doubt, you can directly approach me. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Is it
Thank
all
you
right,
very much.
students?
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
sir.
Yeah. I have given you my mail ID also. If anything is required, you can contact me. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
And I
Thank
think
you,
today is the
sir.
last class for you.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, wish you all the best for your examination point of view, and
Thank
hope
you,
you
sir.
will done well for marketing management. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Please go through your study material also.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, sir.
Additional
Definitely.
one more textbook you must have received, that is for the supporting, that you need not to worry for the examination point of view. So for the examination point of view, you need to be thorough with your study material, and what question paper you can go through. Okay? If somebody
Yes,
requires
sir.
quickly also, I will send it to them so that you can make use of it. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon. Shall we start now?
Sir, shall we wait for 5 minutes because we have now 32 people only. In the morning it was 50, around 51.
Around 50, okay. Then shall we wait for another 5 minutes then? Okay. I don't think there will be much improvement in that. Anyway, let us start now. Yesterday, we have ended up with assignment problem model. I think one problem we have worked out under assignment model, assignment problem. There is another problem which appears on the screen now, which is the second model of assignment problem. Just note down the problem. I will tell you how to solve this problem. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Yes, yes. Then just note down this problem, please. I will tell you how to solve this problem. This second model of assignment problem. Yesterday we have worked out one problem. That is first model. This is second model. In a couple of minutes, note down the details. Let us start the problem. Noted down. Or else I will keep this on the screen so that we can work out.
Okay, sir. It's done. Yeah, you can keep.
Now listen. Whenever assignment problem is given, first step you should ensure that number of rows are equal to number of columns. How many rows are there?
5.
How many columns are there?
5.
So both are equal, then we can proceed to solve the problem. If at all they are not equal, that is called unbalanced problem. Then you should make it equal by introducing additional column or additional row with zero cost and make it equal. Then proceed to solve the problem. That is the first step to be followed. Don't forget to see that number of columns or number of rows are equal. If not, make it equal by putting zero cost, creating a dummy column or dummy row as the case may be, and then proceed to solve the problem. Well, now what is the first step in solving the problem? Can anybody tell? What is to be done for the first step?
We will take the row and the smallest one. We will take it out, sir.
Yeah, you have to take each row separately, find out in each row which is the smallest integer. That integer is to be subtracted from all the values of that particular row. Say for example, J1 is the first row. The values are 9, 22, 58, 11, 19. Which is the smallest value of this?
9.
That 9 is to be subtracted from all these 5 values. 9 minus 9, 22 minus 9, 58 minus 9, 11 minus 9, 19 minus 9. So revised values are to be entered. Just enter that. 9 minus 9, 22 minus 9, 58 minus 9, 11 minus 9, 19 minus 9. What is that you are getting now? What are the values?
0, 13, 49, 2 and 10.
Yes, verify this solution now. First step. See 0, 19, 49, 2, 10. Similarly, you work out for all the other rows and see that you are getting this answer. The answer is on the screen. Work out the, you follow the same procedure for other rows also. For each row, you find out the smallest number. That number is from all the elements of that row only. Check whether you are getting the answer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, getting.
What is the next step? The same process is to be adapted column wise now. You take each column, take the least value, subtract that least value from all the values of that column. For example, if you take the first column, 0, 0, 13, 47, 25. What is the least value?
0.
0 is to be subtracted from all the values. So same value only you will get. Whenever 0 is the least value, subtracting 0, nothing will happen. That will remain same. So first column, second column, even third column will remain the same because least value is 0. When you subtract 0, nothing will happen, same number will remain. Understood?
Yes, sir.
If you go to fourth column, it will change now. The values are 2, 7, 9, 22, 11. Which is the least value?
Sir, which one? The third column or the fourth column?
That column is 0 is there. Therefore,
Yeah,
that
0.
remains the same.
So fourth column is 2.
2. That should be subtracted from all the values. 2 minus 2, 7 minus 2, 9 minus 2, 22 minus 2, 11 minus 2. Change that column now. Similarly, fifth column is also to be changed. So, column wise, we find out the changes. Verify that your answer is correct. The answer is on the screen, whether you are getting the same values or not. Completed?
Yes, sir.
Verify whether these values are there in your answer. Assignment. See that whether All the rows are having zeros. 0, 1 is 0. So leave it. In the second row, there is only 1 0. What is to be done now?
We have to circle it.
Yeah, we have to put a square upon that so that is an assignment. Then we have to cancel out all the zeros found in the column. Say this value, you are going to make an assignment. Say. Then, so is there any zero in the corresponding column?
No.
It's there. On the top of that, there is 0.
Okay, sir. Yes.
That is to be crossed out. Cancel. Okay. Then move to the next row. Third row. Is there
1 0, sir.
then you make an assignment. Find out if there is any.
Yes.
So make an assignment, putting a square upon that. Is there any zeros in the column?
No.
No. Leave it. Then move to next row, fifth row. Is there any zero?
No.
No. Now column by same process is to be continued. First column there is no zero. Second column also nothing is left over. Third also over. In fourth, you see there is a zero. Fourth column. Am I correct?
Yes.
That is to be assigned. Then, if there is any zero in that row, that is to be cancelled out. Is there any zero in that row?
Yes, sir. Last.
Last, that is to be cancelled. Then come to the fifth column. No zeros are there. So we have completed the process now. Correct? No more zeros are left over, either cancelled or assigned. Anything left over now?
No, sir.
Okay. Now you have to ensure each row must have one assignment and each column.
Yes, sir. It's there.
No. In the fifth row there is no assignment.
Yes.
In the fifth column also there is no assignment.
Okay.
Correct? I repeat, each row must have one assignment. Each assignment. That is the final solution. Here, row number 1, 2, 3, 4 have one assignment. Row 5, there is no assignment. Similarly, column wise, if you go, column 1, column 2, column 3 have assignments, but not column 5. Therefore, it is not the final solution. We have to further process it. We have to further process it. That's what I am going to tell you now, how it is to be processed. Shall we proceed? Be ready.
Yes, sir.
Now, find out the row where there is no assignment made. Find out the row where there is
Fifth row.
fifth row. Against that fifth row, you put a tick mark. So against the row where there is no assignment, you put a tick mark. Okay? And shall I proceed? A tick mark against that. Now, in that row, you find out if there is any zero. In this row,
There is zero actually.
is in the second column, no?
Yes, sir. We can consider cancel.
So against that column, you put a tick mark. Right? See on the screen. I put a tick mark here. I don't have a tick mark, therefore I am putting an arrow. Over. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I repeat the process. Listen carefully. First of all, we have to find out the row where there is no assignment and put a tick mark against that row. Then, in that row, if there is a zero, put a tick mark against that column, against this column. Then, move further in this column and see if there is assignment made in that particular column. If there is any assignment made in this column, in this particular column, if there is an assignment, any assignment is made in this column,
No, sir. No assignment made.
there it is there. You see, second column, third item is assigned next to 13.
Yes, yes. It's in column, right?
Yeah,
That
that's what
against
I'm
that
telling.
row.
In the column where you put a tick mark, if there is an assignment, yes, there is an assignment here. With this one, okay. Against that row, you put a tick mark. Okay. Completed. Shall I go to next step?
You have to check the column.
I repeat, just listen. Don't add anything or don't reduce anything from my words. Find out the row in which there is no assignment. So in this case, fifth row is the row where there is no mark. In that row, zero, mark it against that column. So that then in that column, if there is any assignment, yes, there is an assignment here. Put a tick mark against that row.
Yes, sir.
Right? In that row, if there is any zero, put a mark against that column. In that column, if there is any assignment, yes, there is an assignment here. Then similarly, draw the straight line on marked column. Now you see in the next table, see that straight lines. Straight line is drawn on unmarked row number 1, row number 2, row number 4. Similarly, straight line is drawn on marked column. Draw the lines like this and tell me whether you understood or not.
Yes, we are.
Other numbers left over, read.
1363, 7, 7, 25, 46, 9, and 4.
Yes, exactly. Among them, subtracted from all these subtracted, so in the appropriate place, go 13 will become 11. It's blank. I will tell you how to write in the third. 7, 7, and you have to choose the numbers which are not line. This number is 4. That is to be subtracted from all these numbers. And you have to rewrite that. Next step now.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Now
sir.
listen. Now listen. What are the intersection numbers? Is there any numbers intersected with each other? Straight line, vertical line, and horizontal line. Any number intersected by both the lines. Straight line, horizontal line and vertical line. Both lines crossing over. Is there any number like that? Intersected by horizontal and vertical lines. There, in that place, the least number 4 is to be added to them. So 13 becomes 17, 35 becomes 39, this 15 becomes 19. So far we have subtracted, now it should be added. Only the place where numbers are intersected, not in any other place. There are 3 places in this problem: 13, 35, and 15. Once you complete that, you write other numbers as such. All other numbers should remain the same. Now you complete the table. Change. One number. Value now. Zero, 39, 29, 5, 10, 9, 0, 59, 3, 3, 47, 19, 0, 22, 21, 0, 42, 5, 0. These are the new values of the table now. Ready now? Row 17, 49, 0, 39, 29, 5, 10. Third row 9, 0, 59, 3, 3. Fourth and fifth row 21, 0, 42, 5, 0. Now, having must have at least two and that is the assignment there. Then the first 3 zeros 1. Otherwise, I will count from the first. Wait. I think you are confusing. That is cancelled. About third row 0, put a square upon. 0 in class it out. Cancel it. The blackboard will be very easy. On the screen, it will pass. And move to row. Then what is the vision? Around 1 more through or more than 1 0.
1 0.
Then make an. I'm changing the color. There is any should be cancelled. Is there any 0 in that column?
No.
No.
Yes. Top.
Cross it out. 0 is left over in the first column and assign again.
1 assigned. Only 1 0. Not 0 left.
If there is any zero in that particular row, that should be cancelled. In the fifth and the fourth column, we have only 1 0. So we made an assignment and row already 2. Now see the fifth column. Now you tell me when nothing left. Now you have to verify that. Now you have to write down. To find out the value. With the project, you are constructing a house. Suppose that you are constructing and paying for certification, water services, like that. Many activities are to be performed. So, this is our activity. It's an activity. Name of from BE comes. From BE arises. That means only when B is complete, then completed, you can go for F. Activities. You understand? You have this sequence. Your activities C comes from D. The sequence is to be diagram. Even
Understood,
numbers.
sir. Thank you.
Even numbers are given for A 1 to 2, for B 1 to 3. And what is not given is time. I will tell you the next problem. The form is that A is A, C. You understand? 3 activities A, B, 2. That is given. Numbers are given 1 to 10. See the problem. In the diagram, B to T comes from A. When A is completed, B starts. That is the meaning of it. Okay. Then you see E. E comes from B. B. From B, E is taken. Similarly, F comes from C. C completed, then F takes out from D. One end. Thing is over now, therefore that should be also, but it will not be completed. There is no more activity after G. Therefore, that should please take your study material, turn to you don't have study material. I will share it now. See on the screen now. Please know this is our activity from A and find. Then from B as well as D. From C you get E. Tell me whether you are problem itself. In between, don't read anything. Problem. Shall I move? Following to problem 1. Duration is there here. Is omitted here. Printing mistake. Between 5 and 6, you draw the line arrow mark. Here in 5 and 6 printing. On the above the arrow, time below the arrow is there. If you understood the please, over. Is it over? By putting a Yep.
So D and E is depend.
No, F comes from D and E. So when you join together D and E, F comes from D and E line. Put D here, E here. We have to find a way through which we can reach from one to six. Way is to find out the critical path. The question for this, 8, 3 to 5, 10. 3 plus 5 plus 10, 5 to 6, 4. So 3 plus 5 plus 10 plus 4, 22 is the duration. Similarly, other path is there. 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. The duration is 3 plus 7 plus 5 plus 4, 19. So here it is written like this. Path 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 6, total duration 22 weeks. Path 2, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, total duration 19 weeks. Now, the path which has the longest duration is known as critical path. Then which is the critical path? The first to 5, 5 to 6 are A to B, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 6 are critical activities. Whereas this 2 to 4 and 4 are not. Page number 259. Page number review text. Yes. Now the time required. Not to the content or activity, but 3 time schedules are given. Optimistic time, most likely time, pessimistic time. 3 time schedules are given. What is the meaning of optimistic time means? Most likely means normal time duration. Pessimistic time means highest time. Get a diagram. We should have only 3 times. How to do that? Now, when 3 time estimates optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic times are given, convert them into one time and then draw the diagram and represent that one particular time in the diagram. How to convert that time? 3 plus 3 time schedules have to be converted into one. How to do that? Listen. Next page, please. Next page, 263. On the top of it, there is a table of conversion. See, listen. For activity A, 3 times 2, 16, and 2, and say, what is this? 4, 4, 6 are there. Now, what is to be done is to find out one time that is called TM means most likely time. 4 to TM. Then TP, pessimistic time. All put together, divided by 6, you will get time estimate. So that is what they have done. Optimistic time, 4 most likely time, pessimistic time. Here, the total is divided by 6. You will get time estimate. This time only is to be entered in the diagram. Understood? Most likely time is 4. 4 into 4 becomes 16. That's how it becomes 16. So you just check up all the values like this. One time estimate is to be calculated by applying this formula, TO optimistic time plus 4 time most likely time. Just check up all the values. If there is a doubt, like time estimates. If there is any mistake, you tell me now. Refer to the problem and see the sequence of activity, predecessor activity and activities. That values and the names are jumbled here. So you write the correct values and correct number, correct letter, A, B, C, D, etc. correctly. The printing it got jumbled and replaced in many other places. It's wrong now. You ignore the values and numbers. You just enter the correct name of the activity, correct value below that. 1 to 2 is A, 2 to 3 is B, 2 to 4 is C. One to 2 is A, 2 to 3 is B, 2 to 4 is C, which is not there. Then 3 to 5 D, 5, 5 to 6 F, 5 to 7 G, 6 to 8 H, 7 to 8 I. This is how it comes. You note down against the activities. For A, 1 to 2, For B, 2 to 3. For C, 2 to 4. Then 3 to 5, D. 4 to 5, E. 5 to 6, F. 5 to 7, G. 6 to 8, H. And 7 to 8, I. Write their names correctly because you have to find out critical. Once you complete the diagram, tell me we have to find out the critical path. Those who have completed the diagram can verify the names and values correctly. 1 to 2, A. 2, 2 to 4, C. 3 to 5, D. 4 to 5, E. 5 to 6, F. 5 to 7, G. 6 to 8, H. 7 to 8, I. Can we start finding the critical path? Okay, listen. Now we have to find out different paths to reach the end event from the start event. If you look at the diagram, the first path is 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 8. There is one path. Then second path 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 7, 7 to 8. There is another path. And the third path is 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 7, 7 to 8 is another path. There is another path 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to not that 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 8. There are four paths available here, which is given here. See that. Path 1, path 2, path 3, path 4. All are given. You have to tell me the longest duration path, that is called critical path. See, the total duration of path 1 is 48 days, path 2 31 days, path 3 49 days, and path 4 32 days. Therefore, the path in the higher duration is 49 days. That is path 3. 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 8. This is the critical path of this network diagram. The activities A, C, E, F, and H are critical activities. Activity B, D, and I are non-critical activities. Are you able to understand this now? Tell me whether your critical path concept is understood or not. Okay, nobody is on the line.
Yes, sir, understood, but require more practice.
Oh, okay. Yes, I understood that. Definitely, it requires more and more practice. In 1 hour, you cannot be an expert in this. Very difficult task. Understanding itself is a difficult task, I know. But you just respond wherever you are in difficulty. You tell me, I will just help you out. Different task. I agree that. If this is understood, we can move to the next concept so that full complete the topic will be completed. We are
Yes,
left with another 10 to 15 minutes only. Now, sometimes under PET, you may be asked to find out standard deviation and variance. Standard deviation and variance. About that only I am going to tell now. Now coming to the next problem, that is page number 264, problem number 3. Just go through the problem quickly. I will tell you that. Here also 3 time estimates are given. Just go through the problem so that this concept I will complete before the time. Now 3 time estimates are given. We have to find out the time estimate by applying the formula TO plus 4TM plus TP by 6. That is being done here now. It is also done. And with the help of that, the diagram is written and drawn. Now from here, let us start now. From here, let us start. The diagram is ready with you. Now you find out the critical path of this diagram. That is there below that. You try to understand that. You take it for granted that diagram is written. Diagram is drawn. Now from here we have to start because 3 more concepts we have to complete on this. So from start. Diagram is ready. In this diagram, you find out the critical path first. And tell me which are all critical activities. There again the concept starts. Critical paths are given here. Path 1, path 2, path 3. All these paths are drawn here. And critical path is also identified. You just go through and tell me which is the critical path. And which are all critical activities.
ACFI. ACFI.
Okay. Now, move to next page, please. Move to next page. There is a table, calculation of standard deviation and variance for the critical activities. Now, critical activities, you refer that ACFI. For these activities, we have to find out range, standard deviation, and variance. You see, the formula is given for range, TP minus TO, pessimistic time minus optimistic time. Standard deviation sigma is equal to TP minus TO by 6. Whereas variance is equal to TP minus TO by 6 whole square. You just try to understand how to find out the standard deviation and the variance for the critical activities by applying this formula. By what this formula, please? TP minus TO by 6, that's all. TP minus TO by 6 whole square. Understood this? You understood the concept of calculating the standard deviation variance. Move further for conclusion, please. So now listen. Standard deviation for critical activity A1, variance is 1. For C, standard deviation 2, variance is 4. For F, standard deviation 1 and variance is 1. For I, standard deviation 2 by 3 and variance is 9. Now what happens? We have to find out this value. Variance of the project time is equal to sum of the variances of all critical activities. variance of the project type is equal to sum of the variances of all critical activities. Say variance of critical activities 1, 4, 1, 4 by 9. If you add all this together, that is the variance of the project type 1 plus 4 plus 1 plus 4 by 9. That is equal to 58 by 9 weeks. See on the screen, please. 1 plus 4 plus 1 plus 4 by 9 is equal to 58 by 9 weeks. That is the variance of the project time. What is the standard deviation of the project time? Root of variance. Root of variance is equal to standard deviation of the project time. So root of 58 by 9, that is equal to 2.54 weeks. That is called standard deviation of the project time. So this is how a problem may be asked in the examination, and it is the complete problem. Any part of this may be asked. Any part of this may be asked. Either with critical path alone, or giving a pessimistic time, optimistic time to find out the estimated time, or sometimes with variance, something may be asked, or anything may be asked. Very rarely, all these concepts will be asked in one problem under compulsory question. This is how network analysis. Similarly, other problems are given. You can just try to understand the concept slowly, and you prepare for the examination. All these things are given. Many more problems are given for your practice. Just go through that and try to understand. So with this, let me put an end to my discussion. If you have anything to be asked, you are welcome. I tried my level best to give as much as possible, but still something is there. That is, game theory is there, viewing theory is there. Viewing theory you can learn by using but that is formula based. You by heart the formula and apply when the problem is given. You can go through this in the study material itself. But these two things are very easy to follow.
Sir, in the examination, would we be having questions where dummy paths are used?
Which one, sir?
In such
Which one?
dummy path.
Dummy part.
Yes. Yes, sir.
I don't get you. What is that?
In these activities where there are predecessor activities, but there needs to
Dummy
be a
activity
connection.
means, wait, I tell you. Dummy activity means whenever you are not able to connect the activities together, you put a dummy activity, that's all.
Okay, understood, sir.
Two different activities may be there at two different places. There may be no space for connecting them. In that case, to connect that, you create a dummy activity. It has no time value. It has no time value. Anything else, please? So prepare well for your examination. You just prepare at least 3 units thoroughly. At least 3 units thoroughly, so that your pass will be assured. If you go less than that, definitely it is a difficult task. If you prepare 3 units thoroughly, what happens? You will get at least 3 questions in each part. At least 3 questions in each part. Because in part A, you will be given 8 questions. out of which you have to write any 5 questions. So out of 5 units, 8 questions means definitely one question will be from one unit. So if you read thoroughly 3 units, minimum 3 units, 3 questions you can answer from part A as well as part B. Then your pass is assured. So without preparing thoroughly 3 units, don't go for the examination. Prepare thoroughly 3 units. Any 3 units of your choice, whatever you feel like. Because in all the units you will have questions. That is the way in which the pattern is there. Therefore, prepare well for the examination. Don't be afraid of this. Nothing to worry about this. Whatever you know, you put it in the examination. You write it well in the examination. If you are not able to solve the problem, don't spend more time on that. Leave it there itself and move to the next one. And you read all the theories also. The theory question will come handy for you in case of difficulty. You may be in your question to answer theory question well done. Therefore, have a glance of theory portion of each and every unit also. So with this remark, I wish you all to come out with flying colors in your examination successfully. Thank you for your patient hearing so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let us discuss now.
Can you please send your mail ID for the PPT sharing?
Mail ID.
Yes. Can you please share your PPT of the subject?
Yeah, I will send my mail ID.
It is very, yeah, it is very easy to study for us for
You
examination.
just note down my mail ID.
Yes, sir.
I will put it on the screen now.
Yes, sir.
Whatever you want, you tell me then. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
My contact number is this one.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. And you can do one thing also.
Sir.
There is a website,
Okay, sir.
A to Z Math.
A to Z.
Math.
Okay.
Yes. If you put of all the chapters.
Okay, sir.
In spite of that, if you have any doubt, you come to me.
Okay, sir. Okay.
I hope you can understand that itself.
Okay, okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Let's discuss now.